of strategy and products leadership team with large, medium, and startup companies like Microsoft, Nokia, Google, Motorola, Reliance, Huawei, Capco, and ISRO. Mr. Dalbir Dahiya is a leading technocrat who delivers excellent results in complex field of expertise and performs complex tasks as if they are simple. He is always ahead of others in keeping technical skills current and in learning new complex skills. Mr. Dahiya is a leader who demonstrates exceptional professionalism and confidence when solving complicated issues and always welcomes new challenges like blockchains, quantum computing, and cryptography. Mr. Dahiya is also a KPMG trained CPM assessors, building and lead high performance team in different geographies, including India, US, China, APEC, Europe. He has also volunteered experience for rural health care and education, contributor for midday meal for poor students. Sir, welcome you here for these sessions. Now, over to you. You can start your session.
Yeah. A very good morning to all of you. I hope you people are enjoying your sessions, and I'm taking this session over like a mobile internet. In case if any challenge comes up, I will able to rejoin. So, this topic is quite interesting, and I want to take it as a story. Yes, like there is not much of deep technology involved. But let's enjoy this journey. And as like we discussed earlier, if you people have any queries, please put up in the chat. So after the session, we are going to go through that chat and going to pick up some queries based on the time availability. In case if you miss something, my email ID is available, and please contact Rajesh or Dr. Ranbir if you need some more help, more clarification from my side. Sharing my deck. So once you people able to see it, just confirm. Uh, can confirm that once you able to see my slide deck.
Yes, I will confirm, sir. I will confirm. The slide has not come so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it there, sir, now?
No, it is not there, sir. It's completely blank.
For me, it's saying you are sharing this thing. So if it is not there, then again maybe I have to.
Yes, sir. It has not come so far, sir.
Oh,
screen is completely black.
Yeah, sometime it happens. Let me stop it.
Yes.
It took time, so again I dropped off. Not a problem. I am again.
Yes.
So it's taking time to work is a bit slow there.
Maybe.
Yes, once it comes up. So till the slide comes up, so once it's there, sir, you can just confirm, and maybe I can start the topic.
Confirm, sir.
So overall, maybe whoever is the admin, I'm able to see that
No,
like some
yes,
message is
yes,
popping up.
sir, it has, yeah, it has come, sir. I-based malware analysis, IoT and mobile. Yeah.
Correct. Uh, so like okay, all participants, let's say dignitaries. Here we are going to talk of three things, and then a amalgamation of all these three technologies to provide reliable products. So we are talking of IoT and mobile. We are going to speak a little bit on malwares, and then how artificial intelligence is going to be used in IoT and mobile devices applications, so that we can sun ourselves or like malwares can be shoo away. So first we will start with the IoT ecosystem. Let me just mention that what are the different topics which we are going to cover today. So this, sir, able to see box of agenda?
This first slide title, no, it has not come. This
Yeah.
first title on the topic, it mentions, sir. And now it has come, agenda.
Okay.
It has
Yeah.
come, sir. Second slide is.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So slides will come because okay, there may be some internet glitches are there. Internet seems to be slow. So the agenda for today's discussion is going to be we are going to briefly look into the secure IoT based devices security layers. Then we are going to go for a some level of understanding on malwares. What are malwares? What are the risks and vulnerabilities associated with malwares, and going to control the malwares. Then, what we mean by artificial intelligence, machine learning, and uh, deep learning, and how these technologies are used in cybersecurity. What are the different challenges faced by AI ML, like AI ML in the field of cybersecurity specific to IoT devices? And then I'm going to take you through one project which we have done for one of the very renowned organization that artificial based malware handling. So this is a big product I'm going to deliver. So we like I'm going to discuss the smaller part where the malware analysis based malwares are controlled using the artificial intelligence. And last session is going to be like, okay, last slide will be question and answers. So now talking of the Internet of Things security layer. So if we see the life cycle of any IoT based ecosystem consists of three layers. One layer is which is the cloud layer, cloud and applications. Second is the connectivity layer, which is consisting of gateway and connections. And the first and foremost layer is the devices which are interacting with our environment, interacting with human beings. So let's see that how we are going to secure these hardware devices. These hardware devices can get secured using the device intelligence. So in the device itself, we can provide some intelligence using AI ML so that these devices will able to identify whether that incoming request or whether that input whether the input is is benign or whether it's a malware. Second is once the data is being taken up, so that data, like when this device is sending to the network, so at the edge processing, So the edge device should be intelligent enough so that the device should be able to identify whether the input which is taken up by IoT device is a genuine request or seems to be a malicious request. So at two levels, at the device layer itself, any of like okay, the first level of security comes in picture at the device and at the edge processor. Then when the communication is happening, so the trans receivers can make sure that they get the only device initiated requests. So device initiated requests which are already going to be part of the lookup table, so that we will be like there is going to be only the genuine request which network is going to consume. Next level of security comes through the message control. So message, whatever the message is coming, that message shouldn't be tempered. And next level of security will comes in the cloud, where we are talking of identification, authentication, and encryption. So we know what is identity management. So using their credentials, able to log in into the cloud system or the application system. And these users have to be authenticated to access only a specific area. All the communication should happen through encryption. And the sixth point, which is there for the whole security lifecycle management, is network operation center, or we can say security operation center, where the remote control, it can see that all the points, either devices in the network, application, cloud, are working as per their defined behavior. If this network operation center or security operation center find out something malicious, they can align or they can take away that device out of the network. Another is updating these devices with latest softwares. Is the key responsibility of life cycle management. So devices, the network, and the communication equipment, cloud applications has to be updated with the latest softwares, application softwares, OS software, security, and so on, so forth. So if to take one example, we can take one smart watch, which is gathering the health data of an individual, so that when this smartwatch is getting the input of our hand, let's say it's related to our heart monitoring. So it's going to take let's say the monitoring device going to gather the information to our heart, and this device would be connected either to our mobile phone or any other trans receiver. From the trans receiver, the information will go to the cloud and the application ecosystem. So in if someone some secure let's say coming on to if someone maliciously want to use this network, first example can become that this any of this heart monitoring device can be kept on at a place like okay, which is doing a simulation of heart, or maybe like it been kept at some place like where it's not able to get any signals. So AI ML based intelligence should able to inform the server that now it's not connected with the human body and it's kept at some remote place. It kept it at a such place from where it's not able to get the right or genuine data, and it blocked that information then and there, so that the rest of the network is free from this garbage information. So that's first level of security can be provided by the device. Second is in the gateways or trans receivers. If if some data got manipulated, that is between the heart monitoring device and network, let's say some attack happened and the patient information is coming wrongly. So this network or edge devices should be intelligent enough, and then they can try to block it. Let's say the defined port is uh, somewhere around, I can name it at 3050, but the same, like from port number 3051. So network is going to block it up there because okay, this is not looking to be a genuine port number, port and IP address and port, and the network can stop the information there. Next is at the cloud and application layer. There we make sure that what all information is coming up from the device is being filtered out, and these cloud and applications should be genuinely accessed by the genuine users. Now let's go some deeper into the aspect. Yeah. So maybe slide will take some time, but in the meantime, I can start. Malware stands for malicious software. So these are also software, but their intention is malicious. If I had to define it, so it's a software which intentionally designed to cause damage to a computer, device, server, computer network. So here we have to be very cautious of the word intentionally. Intentionally means these softwares are developed for the intention that wrongly or these are not the genuine software and their intention is of to maliciously impact the network or the computer system. Hence, their name is malware. So, if there is another word which is also used, which is defect. So sometimes computer engineers, software engineers, architects, they also make mistakes and they also come up with a software which can damage the computer, device, server, client, or network that is unintentional. Here, let's coin this word unintentional. So those are known as bugs or defects. Hello. Difference between a malware and bug or a computer defect. So that malwares are intentionally designed to cause damage and defects are unintentionally designed software which can also cause the damage to application or computer. But now we are focusing on the malicious one because unintentional one can be fixed. There is a uh, defect fixing cycle is there in that one those defects can be fixed. But on a malware has to be thrown out of the system. So let's see what are the different type of malwares are there. So first category is virus and worms. Maybe a few of you are aware of it, what are viruses, what are worms, but again I can reiterate. So viruses are the software which attach themselves with one application. Application means with a executable. And once that executable is executed, virus also get activated and it cause the damage to the computer or application. It also replicates through that application. So virus is dependent on that application. So sometimes that's why always a caution is there in any of the corporate that they discourage their employee to download unclassified softwares. Same way, a worm is a software which, or like okay, which by itself able to cause harm to the application system or devices, and it replicate also itself. So that's the virus is dependent on some executable, but worm is normally independent itself and can cause damage and harm. But it's difficult to identify a virus as compared to a worm. Next is Trojan horse and rogue software. Many of us have watched one movie, that's a Hollywood movie, or in our school education, there is a story related to Trojan horse. Yeah, it's taken up from there itself. So Trojan horse uh, is a dual face entity that from outside it is masquerading that okay it's a toy, but internally there is a software which can cause damage to your system. So Trojan horses can come up with maybe if I can quote that if any of the image which you are getting or maybe some very nice mobile application you are downloading. So in that or maybe there is some request coming up to download this software and this software is going to be good. It can beautify your mobile screen, okay, or your UI, or it can clean up your unused file. So in that way, we download the software, and most of those softwares are Trojan horses based software. So there is something a malicious software is part of that one, and after some time that software start working and the maliciously start getting that information. And in case of Trojan horse, it's another characteristic. It won't try to damage, but it try to take out the information from your system. Nearly the Trojan horse, there are rogue softwares are there. As I on a daily basis in your browser, if you see, there are multiple requests are coming, download or maybe use this software. So there are some software which you people are not interested in, but there is a campaign which says, okay, download it, use it. And these softwares also have the malicious intentions. So maybe on the left hand side of the screen, if you see the and this graph is talking of a distribution of like these different malicious software. So Trojan horses are the maximum contributor to the malware. Then some viruses, malware, backdoor entries, so on and so forth. Next, let's come to this entry is different ransomware, spyware, adware, scareware, click frauds. So just based on this, some couple of years ago, maybe 3 to 4 years ago, these different ransomware attacks started happening, and now also ransomware can encrypt your hard disk or your the- either you have to create feedback or get the encryption feedback, and some of them for ransom money, but still you are not able to get the information. How malicious used. People,
Sir,
these
excuse me, your
hackers,
voice,
yes,
sir, your voice is not clear. Somewhere it is breaking, cracking in between. Just, just look at your system. Just look at your system. It's not, coming in a proper way. In between it is cracking or breaking.
so uh, correct.
Still, it is not improved. Hello?
Let's
Ah,
let me try to
yes.
change my network.
Yes. Now it is coming all right.
Now it is coming on right. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
We spoke of ransomware. So ransomware from the impacted system or user. Spywares that okay, some information is being spied and maliciously used. Many browsers are having such type of issues. Like once you open your browser, there are multiple ads. That ad information is unuseful, not so much useful for it, and you can get some malicious software with that. Scarewares are again very interesting. Scare the user that okay, your system is going to stop in next 10. Your system got like really a very critical virus. Your all the data is going to get erased. So in such case, there is no need to get this like this how to approach the right person. Click frauds. So this fraud, maybe you people can correlate with some of like the politicians or some of uh, uh, movie actor and actresses. So if you like if they on their Twitter, if they talk, if they say something and then their clicks, these people are getting either paid or they people like a boast of so much support is available for them. But actually, those are not the genuine users. They hire some clickwares, and these clickwares normally take care of like a falsely clicking on their Twitter account, like their content. And sometimes it happens in case of advertisement, the clickware comes in picture, and then they click multiple times to get some reward. Next stuff in that, sometime some of the big MNCs also come up with software to get like they want to avoid something, but with that one they cause big harm. Here one of the example is Sony. To avoid music piracy, Sony has started like a one malware with name Rootkit, and later in the through rootkit they able to get all the users details, uh, the unnecessary details also not related to music, but they were able to get their music patterns. Sometimes they were able to get their payment details, and which was not ethical as per many governments laws. Next point is phishing. So phishing is a terminology. I think most of us are getting impacted by that. You are going to get calls from some advertiser, and they will if you have blocked such type of calls also, still they are going to call you up. You are going to get SMS, and sometime like we are getting multiple mails. That's fine. Like we are getting only the advertisement stuff, but in those calls, in those SMS or mails, multiple time malicious softwares or malicious intentions are there. So quotes and examples, this Chief Minister of Punjab, Amrinder Singh, his wife lost multiple lakhs rupees through one of the phishing attack. And on daily basis, you are able to find out there is going to be a call. The people will say they people target uh, the either maybe senior citizens or the youth. They will say, okay, we want to give you some reward points. Some OTP will come, and can you give us the details? And once you say provide the OTP details, automatically maybe either your bank account is going to get hijacked, or maybe like one of your wallet is going to get impacted by that. So we have to be very cautious. Sphere phishing also happens. Sphere phishing is it's like a very dedicated attack on one individual, which are high net worth of individuals. So one of the very well-known sphere phishing attack happened for one of the U.S. President's candidate, Hillary Clinton. Maybe most of us are aware of it. It was people say those are the yes Russian hackers and able to get lot much of information out of her account, and that was being used against her. Spamming. there are mails which you people are getting. So you can open the mail. It says that you are going to get rewards and this and that, and then you found out it will say to install this software. So that is one type of spamming, but there are again corporate-based spammings are coming up. Yesterday itself, there was again a big spam which hit our government officials, and the government officials which were there at joint director, secretary, or like at quite senior level. And it the email being originated from go.in, like okay, from the government servers itself. So someone have maliciously used that one, and that mail was asking these people to maybe go to one link and maybe provide their information. So we have to be very cautious of these, and maybe now you people have got it, like how hazardous are these information, and these has to be stopped. So how these can be stopped? Using the artificial intelligence, and in IoT devices and mobiles are highly being impacted by these. So we have addressed the malware, which were softwares. Now let's discuss a bit on the again in this malware on the network attacks. So most common network attack is TCP/IP based attacks. So TCP/IP based attacks, one of them is very common is denial of service, and this is very common for the IoT device. Uh, so in denial of service, so this source, normally most of the IoT devices are using either one port or two ports. They have IP and port, and only one port is used for communication. So a malicious software or a hacker, they are going to take one, like they are going to send multiple requests or burst of requests on that port. So what happens is the genuine request won't, because these malicious requests have already bombarded the network. So in that way, that service is going to be not going to be available. So that is, we say the genuine users are not going to get served. So their service is going to get denied. Then distributed DOS. So this is more dangerous than the denial of service. So in this case, big servers are being hacked, and maybe if some of you able to remember, here Amazon, Google, Yahoo, these big internet giants, they themselves are getting impacted by it. So how it now in this case, not only one user, so the attackers, they created an army of rogue computers, and from those rogue computers, requests are being sent to some servers of these internet companies, let's say for example Yahoo, and then because those requests are not going to be in thousands, those going to be in million and billions. So again, the genuine users are going to get denied of that service because okay, already the servers are being busy in catering to the request which came from this DDoS attack which happens on TCP port. As we know, in case of TCP, so these are like a TCP IP protocol is a acknowledge based protocol. So what these hackers or these malicious softwares, they are going to send multiple syncs. Sync is a command with the name synchronization. So if multiple synchronization requests are coming up, then network has to send the sync acknowledgement. So uh, the genuine entity like entity or your network is going to send if multiple sync requests are there in burst in thousand and millions. So then network has to send multiple sync acknowledgement, and in that whole of the network is going to get blocked. So spoofing happens when a forged IP or MAC address try to impersonate of a trusted computer. Happens if you people observe. that there are some portals which comes up. Let's say if it is HDFC Bank, so it will come as HDFC Bank itself, but for your information, this alphabet D in Russian, I think D means something, but it also looks like that. So you have clicked HDFC Bank, but the request, instead of going to the right HDFC Bank, it went to some hackers system in Russia. And then these people, what the people will do is they are going to provide you the nearly the same login and credentials because they have created that. In that way, they will able to get your account and account password and other details. Parallelly, a system is going to work, which is going to go into your main account and try to take out the money. So this is spoofing, which is very dangerous. Then comes man-in-middle attack. So man-in-middle normally focus on intercepting the communication between the computer and steal the information in transient through the network. So these attacks are very well-known attack, and thankfully, once the quantum comes in picture, quantum computing, after we are very hopeful this MITM is going to get going to go. Uh, Here the data transmission are intercepted and recorded by an attacker, and then replayed to gain the access. So all your the commands which you are sending are recorded somewhere, and later these are going to be used to get access to the system. These are used in case of SSO. I think SSO has maybe you people are aware of it. It's a single sign-on. So once you entered into one of the domain, or you able to like authenticate yourself with one website. This happen in mostly all the corporates. So in the on the main portal, once you get the access to your login password OTP, then after that, the subsequent portal's website, you need not to put your details. But okay, there is another protocol which is being used. The technology known as SSO, SAML protocol is being used. But these hackers will get your credentials and later they can use your SSO and SAML to gain the access. Uh, DNS is domain name server. So normally when we type hdfc.com, it's just a name, but like it's related with some IP address and other details at some DNS server. So uh, this using DNS poisoning. So the let's say HDFC once you type HDFC bank.com, so it won't go to the right HDFC because that like if DNS poisoning happened, so instead of HDFC credentials, it will route you to some other server, which is very dangerous. So we have discussed it on these TCP IP attacks, which are very much highly impactful and causes heavy losses to the users through the TCP IP traffic. Now let's see how players aim enter into the system. So what are the different vulnerabilities which are exploited by malwares? Most these malwares, they will try to see if any security defects are there in your software. So like when a software development developer develop the software due to some time constraint or maybe right practices, so they leave some of the security loopholes or some exploits or maybe some defects which are getting exploited by malware software. I can give one example here. Maybe the people from computer science. There is a exception handling is one of the activity. In case if any error happen, you have to handle it through the exception handling. Or in case of languages like C, C++, there is null pointer exception comes up very frequently. This happens in case of Java, but in case of Java, garbage collection happen multiple times, but garbage collections fails. So these techniques where those functions are having access to the memory, and if those functions fails, so once any exception happens, exceptions we provide the memory access. And these direct memory accesses are being utilized by this malware software to enter into the ecosystem. So there is a database for the malwares. Common vulnerabilities are assigned in CVEID, which is listed in US National Vulnerability Database. So now in India also we are having the India specific vulnerability database. So normally when any of the user or I can say CISO or security head, when they are approving any software, they have to look into that any of the vulnerabilities by the programmers in the software, which are part of the vulnerability database. Another is insecure design or user error. So multiple time it happens that overall architecture is not being designed in a proper way, and that can again leave a way for the malware to come into the system and cause havoc. Then over overprivileged user or overprivileged code. Some of you who are using Linux, it is always highly recommended that don't give the sudo privilege, or your program shouldn't ask for sudo privilege or admin privilege. In case of Windows, it's admin privilege. In case of Linux, it's sudo privilege. So those are always been discouraged. But there are some softwares which requires over like okay, or sometime maybe user not knowingly give the higher privilege to some application, and these over privileged user or applications are being utilized by malware to enter into the system. Of say operating system. So in case of IoT, because of we IoT devices are having multiple OS flavors, so it is recommended to use like a multiple OS instead of using only one OS. Because with the same OS, let's for example, it is being Windows is being used. I can say lighter window is being used by one of the IoT devices. And if some hacker able to exploit window, so then like if there are 1,000 systems for Windows, he or she should able to enter or get the information from all those users very easily. How to avoid these malware or malware vulnerabilities? So first and foremost thing which comes in picture is rightly having the a security policy has to be defined for that organization, for that institution, or by government of that country. So this policy should have process for handling network security incidents. If any network issue happened, how that has to be first is the main issue has to be fixed, but after that we have to see that all the security privileges are being provided after that. For example, if we have like some electrical a power failure happened, so then like first what happens is they people are going to connect those wires, so metal has to be connected. So once the metal is connected, after that a right insulation has to be done. So in case of security also, network specific issue happened, the issue has been fixed, but after that the security insulation has to be put over that. It audits has to be done on the network security. So regular or security audits are required, and a security framework to be implemented. So security frameworks, like okay, there are these some of the MNCs are providing good frameworks. Those frameworks are providing the guidelines that how things has to be handled, so that your system is going to be secure. That IBM is one of them. You can either use IBM framework or someone else framework. Security behaviors which are allowed and some of the security behaviors which has to be prohibited. In previous slide, we have taken the we have seen those examples, like exceptions has to be handled in a proper way. Then what to log, what to store in the logs, like event viewer, system logs, and security logs. So logs are another way which which can provide very important, valuable information for these malware developers or for the hackers or crypto analysts to enter into our system. So we have to make sure that the proper logging mechanism logs has to be properly checked. The network through account permissions. So again, we have to provide the right permissions. We shouldn't provide the overprivileged permissions for the network access. Authentication technologies to access data, we have to use the latest and greatest technologies so that username, password, biometric, and smart card has to be proper. So, as most of us are aware of it, previously authentication was happening only through login and password. After that, CAPTCHA, reCAPTCHA started coming into picture. That three-way authentication or two-way authentication, you can say, login password plus uh, CAPTCHA, reCAPTCHA, or OTP. But now these technologies are being vulnerable. Hence, FIDO 2.0 have come up with a new technology which is known as password-less authentication. Here, the password authentication is happening through your patrons, not through your password. So this FIDO adopted by Google, Microsoft, and Apple. Within very short time, you people will be able to find out that this password concept will go away. Then comes up, yes, this there are multiple ways we can apply the policy, but how we have to secure ourselves. So security comes through encryption. So encryption means if instead of sending the information as normal text, that information has to be encrypted, and there are multiple ways how the encryption happens. So one is encryption can be done at the file level. So in case of Windows, there is a feature that you can encrypt the data. Uh, is being used to for so that your entire hard disk can be encrypted. So in case if you lose your laptop or maybe your organization throwing away that laptop, but that data is not going to be used by some third party, as the hard disk is going to be encrypted using a BitLocker. These, in case of hardware, there are some trusted platform modules are coming up as a chip, which are being installed in the on the motherboard, so that hardware and software authentication can be provided through TPM module. This TPM is specific to the host, such as encryption key, digital certificate, and passwords. Have way which is used to manage the passwords. So passwords are never being stored or communicated as digits or alphabets. They are hashed as some number, and then only they are transported and stored. There is a symmetric encryption happens for the network communication. In that, like a host and the like a source and the destination, first the information is going to be exchanged, that is going to be encrypted using the same key on both the sides. Using an asymmetric encryption, it requires a private and public key that is also or mostly widely being used for the secure communication uh, between different networks, between different wireless communication, different phones, so on and so forth. So now we use the right policy to protect ourselves from malware. we used encryption. But if let's say malware comes in picture itself, like if we got hit by the malware, what we people should do? So antivirus and anti-malware softwares are there. So these softwares provide the real-time protection against the installed malware softwares. So how they work is first they detect that yes, some malware is existing, and then this remove this malware software. Websites are also having multiple malwares. So there are multiple website scanners are there which are being used to clean up the malware. But what happens if a system is having really a critical malware? So then best way is to isolate that system, like which is also known as air gap isolation parallel network. So first let's talk of the isolation part. So that system which getting infected, instead of like the virus or any of the malware is going to spread out across in other systems. So first that system is taken off from the internet or from the company's intranet, and then cleaning up happens for on that system. In case of defense, especially maybe any country's defense or our India's also defense, if you can say, most of the systems are not there on internet, so they are there in the company's intranet, but they are not exposed to the outside world internet. So that is another way to have a parallel network. Terminologies which is known as grayware. Grayware means there is some garbage which lying in your system. There are going to be files which are not malware, but it is always recommended to clean them up. So that otherwise some malwares like they can be part of this garbage itself and can cause some security risks. Of many anti-malware softwares, so which you can Google and maybe in Wikipedia, which you can find it out. I have just I'm going to let's say going to touch base on them. That there are many companies which are providing. There are software either like they provide one software or they provide a gamut or a group of software uh, which can be used as anti-malware, antivirus, so and so forth. And softwares are again specific to some configuration. That okay, some of them are going to be like a boot time scan are going to do it. Some are heuristically based. Some are cloud based, firewall based, based or IPS based. Some can be used in the sandboxing. Some are used for email security, anti-spam, or web protection, and so on and so forth. So now we say what are malwares, how these, what are the vulnerability which malwares are using, and how to remove those malwares. Now let's have a look into the artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? What are the types of artificial intelligence? And what are the benefits it's providing? So artificial are again these are the machines, computers, or programs which are intelligent, which are taking the right decisions. Like here, which we say are the reactive machines. The process is being defined in them, and based on some inputs, they are going to provide or going to take some specific action. So these are in Industrial 3.0 revolution, or if you can say till robots, they are the reactive machines. Their sensors will get some input, or their input ports are going to get some input. Based on that, some output will happen, and the whole of that process, what is going to be the steps taken are going to be part of some execution plan. And then second stage came with that these machines can have some limited memory. So limited memory means other than not only taking those limited steps, database, they can look into a variety of schemas. Based on that, that input can be then their output can be defined. So here, based on that limited memory, the right decision are being taken. Third, this is coming a theory of. So here, machines are become more intelligent. They themselves have a logic like how to respond to that particular situation. So first, if you take in synchron of this event, in first one there are only few steps are defined based on that input, some output is being provided. In second one, we are going to have a database. Based on the database, the database can be configurable. The right decision is being taken up by the machine. But in theory of mind, these machines are learning themselves. They learn, and based on their learning, then they predict. And in the fourth one, self-aware. They learn so much, and they're learning from where they are learning. Their intelligence becomes more than that. Hello, sir. Able to me just a pause. I want to take.
Yes, yes, yes. Huh. You can stop.
So
Can have a
now,
brief stop here. Yeah.
self-aware. Yeah. So self-aware machines are the machines which we say artificial intelligence. I'm going to take it in another slide. So these are the self-decision making machines. So these machines are not going to be dependent on human beings. They are going to take decision by their own. What are the different advantages using the AI? So less scope of error because now the machine will able to take their own decision, and they are trained, machines are being trained so that they are not going to have any defects. So and being machine, so tiredness is going to be low, hence there is going to be less scope of error. Better and quick decision making will happen in these with these machines, can work in uninterrupted manner. As we know, human beings can tired, but these machines, because okay, now they have intelligence. Based on that intelligence, they can take the right decision and continue on that. And it is yeah, uh, uh, yeah,
Sir, excuse me, your voice is breaking. It's no continuous flow of communication. Hello. Sir, voice is not proper. It's cracking or breaking in between.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yes, now it's okay. Perfectly all right. Carry on, sir.
Okay. Is one of the first and the people who are interested in chess may be aware. It was Gary Kasparov who was chess who was known as the chess for multiple years. He was was being chess this IBM Blue machine, which was like a Watson engine. Uh, and multiple time Watson got lost, but once we were able to intelligence of Watson engine, it was able to conquer over Garry Kasparov, who was the grandmaster during that time. Now computers are much more powerful. then like their mind is much more powerful than any of the chess grandmaster nowadays. But it was how that once the IBM machine was getting lost to this grandmaster, but it was learning every time. But it learning was multiple years of that learning cycle was getting enhanced within couple of minutes. So it can AI system can handle complexity, and AI handles AI machines able to go for optimum utilization of resources. Let's see what do we mean by AI, ML, DL, and data science. So first, I want to speak about data science. So most of you are like as we are aware of it, data is the fuel for the coming days. So the been taken up data from various IoT devices, from old data or the data which we are getting from the big data sources. So data is being cleaned and been taken as a processed information. That information is being fed to the machine learning system. So here if you see, data science is a field concerned with extracting insight from the data by making use of scientific methods and algorithms. Data science uses machine learning to analyze data and make the predictions. So in case of machine learning, a machine learns from the data. So it can first it learns from the data and then it able to provide really good predictions based on that data. Intelligence, it's the intelligence that machine can portray, they can think, they can act like human beings. So they can perform logical reasoning, learning, and self-correction. So to get this self-correction, deep learning plays an important role. So in case of deep learning, the data is being imbibed or being adjusted or being learned upon through different layers, and here is a replica of our human brain. So human brain have neurons, and these neurons filter out that information, and this information once it become is self-correcting or the intelligence, then it is being stored in our mind. On the same way, deep learning also understand. First, it filters out that information and keep that intelligence related to that specific data, and then this intelligence is used for self-correcting any of the decisions. So, artificial intelligence is a big arena which covers up machine learning, deep learning, and data. All of them, like this ML, DL, and data science, merge together to provide artificial intelligence to the systems, to the machines, to the robots. So, artificial intelligence used in cybersecurity. How we can use artificial intelligence in cybersecurity? Artificial intelligence, as we know, in cybersecurity, the most important part is if some fraud is happening, specific to the bank industry, that fraud has to be detected as early as, let's say it started happening. So there is just a one pointer which comes out. There is a weightage started increasing. So then and there has to be it has to be stopped. So artificial intelligence is used for faster detection of any of fraud. This network security. We know how much of traffic runs in the network. So if network is running some malicious requests or like that is not the appropriate software, appropriate content which is passing through the network, so then and there, using AI, we should able to stop it. Then comes the phishing detection. If any phishing malicious activity is happening, so artificial intelligence should able to stop that activity. Then secure authentication. FIDO 2.0 based authentication. It's FIDO is using not much of artificial intelligence for the authentication purpose. Then preventing the online frauds. If any online transaction is happening which is fraudulent in nature, so that has to be stopped. And last but not least is the behavior analytics. So the behavior of a user is being understood, being identified, and based on that, some decisions are being taken. Here I want to give one example. In banking is one where I think you people can correlate to. Most of you are using banking, either banking through your laptop or from your mobile. Just observe it once you are outside India or you are there in an area which is not so familiar. Maybe if you are from north and if you went to south, you are uh, in this, but maybe you are making your banking transactions from Kerala. Then and there you are going to get some SMS or your authentication levels are going to get increased. This OTP is going to come multiple times. Or it can happen your transaction won't be successful first time. So the reason for that is artificial intelligence. What artificial intelligence will do is it identify that okay, your normal behavior patterns are you are making transactions from Rajasthan. So Rajasthan means again there is you are tied up with some geolocations, and in that geolocation maybe we can take 200 kilometer of periphery. But beyond that, if your behavior is not there and so computers or your system will try to find out that it can be a fraudulent transaction. So in that case, it will try to take the right decision. Another example, maybe if you are from India and you go to Afghanistan, in case if you want, and if from these rock countries, like I won't say rock, but like unstable countries, you won't able to make any financial transaction from these countries using your online banking or using your mobile. Again, the reason is intelligence. Another, if normally you are making a transaction, you are transferring some amount to your near dears, maybe in the multiplier of maybe 50,000, 60,000. But one fine day you are making one transaction of 5 lakhs rupees, then also your transaction is going to be under scrutiny by AI system. And it can happen that first time it can fail for you, or maybe there is going to be a call which is going to come from bank and will ask you that, okay, are you making this transaction? So all the credit goes to artificial intelligence. So cybersecurity framework using artificial intelligence and its uses. So if you see on the right hand side, there is this graph is there, which is talking of usage of artificial intelligence in multiple security. So network security is highly being utilized, is utilizing artificial intelligence. Then comes data security, endpoint security, identity access management, application security, cloud security, IoT security. At this point of time, IoT security based artificial intelligence is a bit less, but it's going to increase because there is a huge amount of scope. So these been observed. So here is a good amount of uh, scope to the artificial intelligence for the IoT devices. Now, IoT framework which are being used for the IoT and mobile devices. Like if you see, we normally segregate security in three dimensions. So these three dimensions are security risk, security management, and security applications. Security risks start like okay with the like providing the right cyber security, data security, algorithm security. And over that, then comes like information security. It goes up to the national level, like okay, maybe so, enterprise security, society security, national security. And nowadays, I think the international cooperation is also happening, and international level also some securities are coming in picture. How security is managed? Security are managed through laws, regulations, and policies. There are defined standards and specifications. Technology methods are there. Security assessments are there. Applications, there are cyber security applications which are focusing on network protection, data management, information censorship, and there are public security applications which are providing the intelligence security, public opinion monitoring, financial risk controls, so on and so forth. There are few security regulations are there. If you people are interested, you can have a look. Those are CCPA, GDPR. So these are some of the now security compliances. Uh, GDPR is European-based compliance. CCPA is US-based compliance. India is also come up with its own compliances. But these are so hard, secure compliances. If any organization is not following these compliances, there is a heavy penalty from US and European government if any organization is not complying to that. Uh, Coming back to our main topic, we discussed about IoT security cycle or IoT uh, uh, life cycle management. Then what are different malwares? What do we mean by artificial intelligence? How artificial intelligence used in cyber security. Now let's go more deeper. How machine learning is used to handle the malwares. So uh, machine learning. So in case of machine learning, first comes the learning phase, which is known as the training phase. So training phase is trained for the benign and malicious executables, data, files. Trained means like these are being told like this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. And based on those characteristics, machine you create one predictive model, and then we use this predictive model for the protection for go to the protection phase. So now once the model is being become like a learned, which is a predictive model, if any new request comes in, so that request filter through this predictive model, and this predictive model can provide a decision whether it is malicious or it's genuine or benign in nature. So this is at very high level, which we can say is machine level learning. But these are multiple algorithms, multiple ways to go through, like which system has to go through it. Like this is the high level understanding. Machine level algorithms are there. I think in the next session we are going to go through couple of them, supervised and unsupervised. Uh, but here I'm just touching base only few of them because okay, I'm trying out to use these one uh, for some malware detection. Now let's come to this machine learning. So machine learning are two learning. One is the shallow learning and deep learning. So in learning is the database is not so huge, and in deep learning, yeah, neural net is being used. So there is a huge amount of processing which is needed. Now, coming on both the sides, these are supervised shallow learning and unsupervised shallow learning. Under supervised learning, there are different algorithms are there. Naive-Bayes, logistic regression, support vector mechanism, random forest, hidden Markov, k nearest neighbor, and shallow neural network. In case of unsupervised, it's clustering and association. Learning supervised are consisting of fully connected feed forward, then convolution feed forward, and the recurrent one. In case of unsupervised, these are the stacked and the deep leaf network. So if I had to speak of, in case of machine learning, which are under the supervised one, so data is being used, as we have seen in the previous slide, to create predictive model which can be applied on the data to make sure the right decision is being taken. So these algorithms which we have seen here, name, logistic, support vector, these are being utilized in different scenarios. In so there are feed forward and sometimes feed backward. So here, because creating an intelligence database. So here, first maybe you learn, after that sometime you unlearn and again learn, so that your intelligence is getting enricher and enricher. But here, like a compute cycle is very high. Discuss something about challenges and risks in case of artificial intelligence. So we spoke of many things. Yes, artificial intelligence can be used for security, which we have gone through that one, behavioral analytics, anomaly detection, then patching and adjusting algorithms. We can use it for monitoring, uh, so that if any alarm and alert it can provide, anomaly detection can be provided, or human movements can be detected. But or hackers, they are also using AI ML for the same purpose. So in the red section, if you see here, it's reading and copying the analytics, it's scanning for the opportunity. So it's a cat and rat race. Don't know who is going to be ahead of what, but always positive things prevail. So the people who have the right positive attitude, which we can say white hackers, always prevail over the black hat hackers. Yes, artificial intelligence is also used on the attacking board, but the people who are there on the other side, who are so that data can be secured, your devices can be secured, is being prevailed. I'm going to take you through one of the project which we have done for one of the intelligence agency. It's a very big project, but in that we have used this. We are providing cyber security using artificial intelligence. So I'm just showing you some part of that project for the learning purpose only. So in this project, I am talking here of the mobile applications. Mobile applications are also coming under and specifically Android mobile application I'm taking up here. But overall, this project relates to any application, IoT applications, mobile applications for Android, iOS, or any other device. What we have done is, first we have gathered the Android application information. So the main aim of this project is, when any application is being installed in your phone, or maybe it's there in the store. It can be in case of Android, it's in the Android store, Amazon store, or Vivo store, or any other store. Once you are going to try to install in your phone, it's going to provide whether this application is having malware or not. So during the installation itself, you will know, and then it's up to you, up to the user, whether he want to proceed or not proceed. So what we have done here, we have collected the database of the mobile applications. So mobile applications are having one file with the name manifest file. Some of you are aware of it, who have done some Android programming. So any mobile application published in any of the store, either on the Android store or any of OEM stores like Vivo store, Huawei store, Amazon Play store. So the application developer have to provide a information about that application. That information contains what this application is going to execute, what are the different ports, what the functionality it's focusing on, what database servers it's going to access, what are the ports it's going to open, and what permissions it's going to require. But for a user, it only shows different permissions. Maybe if you have observed, if you downloaded any app, it will ask you to give the permissions for contact, camera, so on and so forth. But there are other details are also there when any of the app developer is publishing the app. So if a benign app developer is there, no issues with that. But if any malicious app someone is installing, in that case, there is a probability that these people they are going to trying to get more information what they are mentioning. So they will say, oh, our application is just going to use camera, but internally it's going to ask you for the contact list. It's going to ask you maybe open some port, open to access some databases. So which is not as per the rule base which they have published. So there is a database which is available from different stores. We have taken that publishing database and then we like okay, app manifest file and we created a parallel database based on that. So the app user, what they are publishing in the store and what actually that app is doing. So we created a database. Based on that database, we have learned our system is being like okay, we did a training of our artificial machine learning algorithms. Based on that, like we are sharing some data. So what we did is we have like this Android application data gathering, Android application description, permissions, rating, and so on so forth type of record. There were somewhere around 11,000 records which we had. Feature extraction. What we did is the data which we have received, we cleaned that data, put some filters on the data, and created a data fit. So our data set was now focusing only on permissions and if any specific database access was being requested. Next come classification and validation. So we used machine learning, which we were used it for training the database, and after that we were able to use it like the algorithm, because we were doing a comparison for initially a comparison that which algorithm is going to be better. It was random forest, nearest neighbor, bagging, and newbie. So why these just a brief overview. Maybe in the next session, you are going to have more details on KNN and other algorithms. So this random forest algorithm, it incorporates the advantages of combining different tree classifiers. So tree classifier is one very common way. In that way, we are able to find out that whether it is true or false type of terminology can be used. So this method trains several decision trees and assign a confidence value to each one and creating a voting system. So here, in case of random forest, as the name itself talking of, it's a forest. So there is a tree forest, and each tree is providing some decisions, and those collective those decisions are being taken up. Then k nearest neighbor. This algorithm assign a new class to an instance according to the k closest neighbor. Bagging, it combine different classifiers, choosing random subset from the space and feeding the classifier with them. Newbie, Naive Bayes is based on Bayes probability law and consider each feature independently from the rest and contributing to the information model. Did in the data preparation. So data is being divided into the training data and the testing data. And the ratio which was being used is 2/3 and 2/3 for training and 1/3 for verifying it. Random forest, we have taken the tree like the internal decision trees up to 100. Nearest neighbor, we kept all the default settings. Decision tree, again we kept the default setting. ADA boost, we keep the default settings. Neo base, we again kept the default settings. In case of BEP, we used random forest as individual classifier and fixing the number of trees up to 100. So accuracy of these algorithms are being counted using the total positive plus total negative plus total positive plus false positive and false negatives. So these are the results which we were able to get it, and from this result, not taking much time as we are already we have touched our like a time limit. So random forest was able to do much better than any other algorithm, and the nearest to that was bagging. So why so good in case of finding the benign versus malware specific applications? Because in random forest we have taken a collective decision using different random trees. And if you see, there are some algorithms which have done pathetically bad, which were nearest neighbor, then again decision tree, then new base. The level of like this area under curve and ROC curve. So for both of them also, again random forest, which is shown in sky blue color, uh, also able to do good. And another algorithm which was able to do good was bagging. So overall, random forest and bagging were being used in our project for the purpose of malware identification. So before installing any application. So this is what this is a quite big project which is used by some organization. I can't name them due to secrecy issue. But maybe later we are going to put it in the public domain. So during that time, you people can have it. So that's all from my side. Thanks a lot. And now if you people have any questions, please let me know.
Yes, dear participants, any of the questions? Now form is available for you for raising any doubts and inquiry. Sir is there. Okay.
There is one from SCAN application of service. Oh, I think this is the main topic. Yeah, so I understand this
Sir,
topic is.
because sir, you have covered your topic so nicely. There is no scope for, I think, for the participant to raise any doubt. Sir, malware software are designed intentionally. So why this type of harmful softwares are coming and no regulatory system is there from the government side? Government spends so much, expenditures on cybersecurity, but we don't find hardly any efforts is made to stop all these malicious type of softwares in the market.
Sir, maybe if you yesterday our Prime Minister Mr. Modi he addressed threats and the policy makers.
Yes.
So cyber security is the biggest threat
Biggest. Yeah.
for any country's sovereignty.
Yeah.
India is very much focused. The reason for having these malwares, because if you see, if you have to conquer another country, so you have to send forces, and there is huge amount of loss, like human life loss is there, then arm,
Yeah.
ammunition, and those things.
Yes.
But using malware and use them as your cyber attack, it's very easy, and
Very.
you can impact your competitor in the worst way.
Mm.
I can only quote some examples from the corporate world.
Mm.
Many corporates, maybe few of them, if I have to name, one of them is VWorks. Maybe if you are aware of VWorks, so
We
we
watch.
are providing the infrastructure for these multinationals, and they are across the globe. And they
Mm.
were doing one of the best company which are looking for IPO in US.
Mm-hmm.
Just 1 week before, when they people were talking of IPO and other, some hackers went into their portal and then they take out the data, that
Mm.
how much in big loss, and they are going to fool like the people if people are going to invest in that. So they I think they stopped their IPO after that. Their CEO resigned. So
Mm.
so people who okay, so
Again, your voice is not proper, sir. Is breaking.
so these hackers are impacting the many much
Sir, uh,
information now.
ex- excuse me, sir. Voice is not clear.
It, it's
Uh, Still, I mean, breaking in between, sir.
uh, Hello.
Hello. Yes, now it's coming. Now it's clear.
Yes. So so there is a different world which we say we are in the white world. There is a dark web or a dark world. So in dark web, most of us, our banking information, our digital footprints are available. So people some doing it to gain the materialistic gain, or some people are doing it enthusiastically. Uh,
Mm.
but, in US, this, Snowden, like he took out lot of information out of USA that was being put it in the public domain, that what US consulates and US what they are communicating with each other. It was a huge investment for USA government, because there was so many things which they were like maybe facially they are saying something else, but internally they are doing just reverse of that. So in whatever this hacking is there, it's impacting the world maybe more on a negative side other than positive. So all of us has to be cyber security. Maybe we can't be expert, but there are some hygiene factors which we people have to follow. And it can start with engineering colleges, because most of the engineers are aware of it. But
Yeah.
there should be a guideline, maybe from AICT or somewhere,
Mm.
that every engineer should be aware of it. Yeah, these are the guidelines on cyber security to keep their data secure, keep their near dear secure from the cyber security threat, which they people need to know.
Mm. But from which source these hackers they take the data, sir? Because our data, billions of devices are available through some satellites. So from where they catch that data? hackers, from where they catch the data?
Sir, there are two ways. One is the general normally the data is passing through routers. So any
Through
data,
router.
either it is satellite data or like any, it goes through routers, which are known as internet router, which were made by Cisco and Huawei. So if you are able to get access to that router, and not with the people able to get it, because I work with Huawei and I know how their routers work. So you know that okay, what are the different weak areas, and these hackers also look for the weak areas. They use those weak areas, go there, and just like okay, it's just something. One river is flowing, and a person go with a bucket and take out the water, and from the water he can find out what is the like okay this water chemical content
Mm-hmm.
data, and based on that then go to that which I mentioned, sphere attack or sphere phishing. Then they go to that dedicated person and able to find out the data out of it. Not many WhatsApp leaks are happening or these other Twitter-based leaks are happening. And maybe just for everyone's consumption, it happened in India just a few months ago. This white hat junior one company came up, and they were claiming very false claim. The people were making that a student of class second, third is going to join Microsoft. Small kids should do the programming, so I'm not sure how much truth was there, but there one hacker came in picture and hack, and in Slack the info the in inside the company the discussions which people were having, he took that Slack conversation out and put it in the media. So once it been out, then people were aware of it. Oh, this is they are fooling everyone. So there was not a single person, not a single student of class 7, 6, 7 who wrote such a great program. So these people created some false image itself, and based on that, they were creating market hype.
Yes, that's
So some
true.
people are doing good
Yes,
also, but most
yes,
of
yes.
the people are on bad side.
Bad side. So, sir, final words to you. So, thank you very much for covering various topics: malicious softwares, artificial intelligence types, benefits, challenges, risk, and security, and finally, machine learning. Your deliberations were very practice based, and at least our participants should be well aware of, particularly about the security aspects when so many devices are coming in the arena. So thank you very much, sir. So my request to you is to stay for a couple of minutes across your systems. Some certificates of appreciations and a memento of remembrance will be awarded to you, sir. And to the participant, the next sessions will be at 12:30. Be on the systems by that time. So, sir, our token of appreciations and token of love to you for your nice deliberations. And this is the certificate of appreciations from Sankara Institute of Technology, so that we can keep on remembering each other.
And maybe if you
Yes,
can put over to Rajesh to send it to me or mail or the
yes,
other
yes,
thing.
definitely, definitely, sir. That will be sent.
Yeah.
Sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Yes. And
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. 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 certificate
तुम्हें लड़ाया
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Tapan Jain.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Good, good. We'll be starting shortly. Let
Sure,
few
no
more
problem.
participants join us. Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
Sir, can we start?
Yes, sir. No problem. Yeah, I can
Yes,
start.
yes. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So, dear participants, Dr. Tapan Kumar Jain will be taking the session on supervised and unsupervised learning. As you know, Dr. Tapan Kumar Jain is working as the head of the Department in Electronics and Communication Engineering at Indian Institute of Information Technology, Nagpur. He has more than 17 years of industrial as well as academic experience. Dr. Tapan Kumar Jain is the senior member, IEE. He has recently conducted 5 AIC training and learning academy faculty development program on Internet of Things. Dr. Tapan Kumar Jain has more than 20 publications in international conferences and journals. His research area comprises of wireless sensor network, IoT, data science. Currently, he is guiding 5 research scholars in the domain of wireless communications and cognitive radio. Sir, over to you. Welcome again. So you
Thank you,
can
sir.
start your session. The session is of 90 minutes durations. Last 5-10 minutes you can spare for question answer this thing. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So I hope my screen is visible to all. So very good afternoon. And today we'll try to cover this session in 1 hour, 15 minutes. So I divided into in 3 sections. One is the just a little bit introduction about the data science. And then it take hardly 10 to 15 minutes. And then we'll move to the supervised learning. And in supervised learning, we basically take the K nearest neighbor with example, and then move to the unsupervised learning where we can, have the K-means clustering. 5 to 10 minutes, as I suggest, we will spare for the question answer sessions. And if you have any question, anything, you can feel free interrupt me in between. So there we can, resolve your queries, right? So I skip this my portion. Now it's a famous quote, as all know that the epic of 1,000 words. So nowadays the people are very fond of these selfie cameras and selfie photos, right? So their choice to buy smartphone basically depend upon the what type of camera they are using, inbuilt in that smartphone, what type of selfie camera, how many megapixel of that camera, what type of lens. So people are very fond of the pictures. So picture is 1,000 words. So now you can imagine how big is data. So because the data is very voluminous, very big in size, that's why we have to move to the concept of the artificial intelligence and machine learning. So the way we can train our model means to train the existing data and predict something as an output. In fact, the picture is worth of 1,000 words. In fact, I can say that the one word itself, have the create the tons of data. You all aware of that word is corona or coronavirus or COVID-19. Also create thousands of thousands, petabytes of data now in this world. Right. So most of the people are working on the IoT technology or AI or ML technologies to find out the solutions and to provide a solution for the society to better upliftments. Right. So for those we have to know a little bit about the data. So then only you can able to apply exact the algorithm for that. So this is just an introduction, and you all aware of the computer science or the IT skills. So here I'm not talking about the you are expert in Java or Python or R language. IT means if you have the knowledge of Excel, that is also fine, right? Second thing is the you have some mathematics and statistical knowledge. So for example, I have the data last 1 year dollar to rupees or rupees to dollar conversions. And in the month of March, I want to visit the USA. So can I buy a dollar today or I can wait for some more days? So somewhere around the today's dollar price is somewhere around 72 rupees 30 paisa. So should I wait for this or I can buy this? This will help you the statistical or machine learning technology, right? So statistical means you have to find out the last 1 year mean, last 1 year maximum value of dollar to rupees is somewhere around 77 rupees, minimum is 70 rupees, like that. And of course you have the domain knowledge or you have the business expert for the same, because we have to visit on the month of March in USA. So that's why we want to buy the dollar, but we continuously not in touch with what is the current trend or scenario. So of course you have to consult with some financial advisor for the same. So if you have the domain knowledge, if you have the mathematical and statistical for modeling, and the small background of course the computer science, because you have to model, you have to write a program. So all these come into the the fantastic term is data science. Right. So I know that everyone having the the knowledge of that particular field or area. Now what is the role? We are not invest much time on this, as we know that the initial 3 is the job of data engineers, then the data analyst, and the last 4 is the job of data scientist. Right. So now, as I told you, we have the voluminous of data. For what particular applications, what type of data you required, so that is depend upon the your application. So because the data warehouse, we have the huge data, we have to extract the some data for that. So we have to prepare that data. Once you prepare the data, you have to do some data cleaning, because some of the cells are empty, or some of the cell are null or void, or some garbage value. So we have to prepare our data accordingly as per our need. So data cleaning is an important job. So now, if your boss or your the principal asked me present some data, so it is not possible to pick up all the student files and just go to the cabin, sir, this is the file, student, I can show you one by one. No, you have to prepare one chart, or one Excel sheet, or one compiled document. So that is the job of data analyst, to in a one page they can show the lots of information which is related to our application. So that is the job of data analyst. Once you have the entire data, now suppose we'll talk about the financial domain. I want to launch one financial product. If I want to launch a financial product, for example, the credit card with some features, right? So how to target my customer? How to predict whether this customer is the best? He or she can immediately take this card, right? So basis on certain requirement is there. So you have to train your model accordingly, so he can suggest, the model will suggest, this is your the prospect customer you can target first. So maybe the chances of high to take that particular product. So this is the job of data modeling, then the apply algorithm evaluations. Once you have the small set of data, because it is not possible to directly apply for the data. So for example, I want to predict and what is the average time for my faculty member take to commute from home to office, average time. And suppose we have the thousands of employee, it won't be possible to calculate the value. So I can pick up some 100 employee, take the readings, take this, and what time you require, and basis on that I can assume that this is the average timing for my employee, like that. So once this whole system is completed, then you can deploy for the complete set. And of course, the business understanding is required. Like, what type of business understanding? So for this particular problem, so somebody has come from the remote place or the village, or come from some other commuted public transport, like train or bus. Some a faculty member is residing into the city area. This is very dense and traffic. Right. Somebody is residing very near to the college or the office, or inside this institute premises, like that. So you should have some little bit knowledge of when you design these kind of problems. So once you have these kind of knowledge, and then this knowledge is useful, then you can include to your warehouse. Otherwise you can discard that. This knowledge is not as much as important, right? Like that. So everything is involved, right? So whenever you design any sort of application, you have a domain knowledge for that. Then only you are able to design the knowledge. My point is, and when you design a apply some algorithms, so mostly time, I can tell you just a moment, I can share my entire screen. Okay, so I hope that is visual. So most of the time when we work on so suppose this is the Excel sheet, right? So we have the data in the rectangular format, right? So we have the column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, like that. And we have the lots of records, thousands of records. So R1, R2, R3, and thousands of records is there, right? So we have lots of records. What exactly? So this is whenever we apply the machine learning algorithm, most of the time our data is in rectangular format. Most of the time data is in rectangular format, or it is also known as the data frame, right? So once you have the data frame, right, and then you have the column, as I told you, C1, C2, C3, C4. These are the column, and commonly referred as the features of your problem. Commonly referred as the features of your problem. So column maybe you can call as the what? You can call as the features. Sometimes it is also called as the your attribute of your application, or input of your application. You have the variable of your applications, like that, right? So these are the important terms as you aware of these things. So you have features, or you can call as the sometime call as the input, and some call as the attributes, sometime call as the you can say the variable, like that, right? And similarly, you have the thousands of rows. That is known as what? That is your record. That is what? Your records. So record is not the input. Record is your observations. Record is not, it's your observation. Record is nothing but your observation, or you can call as my samples. So whenever you design these kind of applications, you make sure that the number of records is always a very much greater than the number of features, right? Then only you can apply these applications. So my records, or you can say my row value, is very, very much greater than the column value. Make sure these things, very important, right? Otherwise, you can apply the simple statistical tools or technique, and then you can resolve their problem. Right? So, number one, keep in mind. Just so we have the lot of records, right? So initially you have the rectangular data frames, then you have the records, which is row. This is nothing but your observation, samples, or patterns. And similarly, you have the columns, right? Features, input. Some of the columns having the outcome is there. Some in the last column in your records, the output is there, or outcome is there. Maybe it is a yes or no in the format, or some other format. So this is nothing but it is also known as your output, or it is known as your response, or it is known as your outcome. It is also known as the output. It is also known as your response, or it is known as target. So these are the terms you have familiar. So whenever you have the n number of records with features having the last column having the some value, that means my output, or my data set is labeled. My data set is labeled. Otherwise, my data set is unlabeled. So if my data set is labeled, you can see that I can apply supervised learning. It is outcome is not present in my data set, I can apply the unsupervised learning. So this is all about, we can discuss, we want to discuss with you all. Although you have very much aware of these things, but just quickly I want to discuss with you all, right? So and then when we go for this, of course, one data format is in the rectangular data frames, or another is the non-rectangular data frame. That is nothing but if you want to work on the time series format, that is nothing but it is in the non-rectangular data structure or data frame. And of course, there's the data from the Internet of Things is most of the time is you can say that it is the non-rectangular form. And then when we move further, you have your data divided into different types. Why it is important to, when you have the certain record or features, you want to, divide it into the spatial, data type. Why it is important? The importance of the, data type is because you can work on either in the, also it is a little bit confusing job, but it is good when you perform some, programming on, so for example, if you program on R, or you can work on the Python, so they have the different sets of data types, or you can work on the some, database to SQL types. So they have the different, classifications. Why it is important? Because when you assign the data type for your features value or your record value, you can optimize your code immediately, right? So you have, this is my small length, or this is my big length of this. So you can optimize your code accordingly, and you can write when query, you can fetch the data, because data is very voluminous. So here I've divided into the, it is not exactly divided into the INT or float or char format, but data type is either in the numerical format or is in the categorical format. Right. So in numerical format, we have the data is in two types. One is in this continuous type. Continuous type means wind speed from 12:30 to 2 p.m. So it's continuously changing. So it's a numerical value, wind speed, whatever the wind speed, let's say 3.5 kilometer per hour, whatever the wind speed every time. So it's a float value. It's a float value, right? So continuous, you can say that, and it's a float value, right? It's a float value. And similarly, you can say the one particular interval. So as I told you, the wind speed from 12:30 to 2 p.m. So interval is there, float value is there, and numerical value is there. Similarly, the discrete time, where we can use only the integer values, such as the count and integer is come into the discrete format, right? Okay, so for example, number of student in our class, like that. So this is value. Another set of this is the categorical. Categorical as the divide into the different category. For example, nominal. So I can divide my everyone having the smartphone. So I can divide it into different buckets. So for example, first bucket is for Android operating system smartphone. Second bucket, I can say that iOS operating system. Third bucket, I can say you can say the BlackBerry kind of thing. Fourth bucket, you can say my operating system is Windows. Fifth one is some other, like that. So I divided my data into the 5 category. Similarly, my television, I can divide it into it's a screen as LCD screen or LED screen or OLED screen or plasma screen or other. So you can divide into the n number of categories. That is the nominal one. But it's a special type of category is binary and ordinal. So if you have only two bucket, that is the come into the binary. And if you have some special order of your bucket, come into the ordinal. I'll tell you. Okay. So for example, I want to take the feedback of my class, right? So I can take the feedback of my class. So I can fix 5 is for excellent, 4 is for very good, 3 is for good, 2 is for average, and 1 is for poor. So I cannot change this order. This order is the fix. So initially, if you take the order, let's say excellent is 5, and then immediately 4 is poor. No. So when the bucket order is fixed, that belongs to the ordinal category. That belongs to the ordinal category. I hope this data type is clear. This is basically for execution purpose and optimize your code, or you can fetch the data because data is very voluminous. So we initially divided, we assume that the data type. Okay, so and then of course when you work on this values, and you have the certain values, so you can estimate with the help of the location based. So location, maybe you can say that the different statistical concept, like you all aware of that statistical concept like mean, weighted mean, median, weighted median, tripped mean, robustness, outlier. So I'll discuss one or two in this slide. So for example, weighted mean. What does it mean by weighted mean? Okay, so average is, you all know, you sum up all the values and divide it by the number of values, you can find out the average or mean value. But weighted means sometimes you have to fetch the data from the sensors, and we deploy the 10 or 20 sensors. Basis on that, their amplifier, they some of amplifying well, and some of will not amplify that much of amount, but they sense the data very well. So we can collect all these sensors values and multiply with some weighted value. So the value multiply some weight, value multiply some weight, value multiply some weight, divided by number of weights. So that is coming to the weighted median part. Most of the time, plus the sensor application, we can use this weighted mean, because we don't know the how much type it amplify the values like that. Okay, so this is the weighted mean. You all aware about that. Trimmed mean is most of the time is using because data is voluminous. So suppose I want to have the 60 student in my class, and I have to take the average of my pass student. What do you mean by pass student? Suppose passing marks is, let's say, 40, and it goes to the 100. So we are the human, and we enter this marks onto the Excel file. So sometime we'll type some wrong numbers. So instead of 100, I can type 120. Instead of 40, I can type by mistake minus 40 or some other values. So we do one thing, we can arrange into the ascending order. So and discard the less than 40 and greater than 100 values, and then calculate the average value. This is what? This is trimmed. So you both side, trim the data. Trim the data means you discard the data of below 40, you discard the data more than 100, and then you can perform like that. This is the trimmed one. Then the robustness and outlier. So outlier is what? 120 is my outlier, because it's not relevant. It's extreme values most of the time, maybe in the left direction or maybe in the right direction. So these are the outliers. Robustness is the different word. Suppose I want to calculate the average transaction of my saving account. So most of the time it's vary from some of the faculty members have the average is 10,000, some have the 15,000, some have the 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, like that, the average value in their account. Okay, so it ranging from some value to some, up to lakhs. But if one of the faculty member having the average account saving, it's showing somewhere around 50 lakhs or 70 lakhs, maybe he, sell some property or something, and they have all of a sudden they have the value of the extremely large amount of their account. So it is not that means it is an outlier. your system is very well, taken care of that particular amount as well. How robust your system when you extreme value come into the picture. How robust your, system. That is known as the robustness. Okay. And then, of course, one is the estimation is the location based, then the variability based. It's very important because most of the time we use the deviation. Deviation is nothing but what is your estimated value or what is your observed value is a difference. So most of the time this difference is your deviation, but the difference is maybe sometimes positive and sometimes negative. So most of the time we use the square of this deviation. So when you have the square of deviation, that is the variance of the system. So we will have the some data frame, features, records, their data types. Then we apply the estimation of statistical techniques. Then only we are able to apply the sophisticated machine learning or AI tools, right? So this is just for the purpose of the introduction. So now we'll move to our first topic, and that is the, if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask. Otherwise, I can start my topic of the day, that is the supervised learning, right? Any questions so far, please, you can feel free to ask.
Yes, a participant in between the session also you can raise questions or you can put in the chat box.
Okay. So okay. So now move to the supervised learning algorithm as very first algorithm of the K nearest neighbors. So as I told you, you have the different columns. Column is nothing but your features, right? Your variables, your inputs, and if the last column having the some value, some dependent variable, some target value, some outcome is there, that means my data is labeled. So whenever the data is labeled, we go for supervised learning. If data is not labeled, we go for unsupervised learning. So here we can talk about the supervised learning. And why I choose this K nearest neighbors, because it's very easy. I'm 100% sure in the first go, you can, clear this concept of the K nearest neighbor and you can easily apply for the same, right? So in K nearest neighbor, we'll talk about the definition, what are the factor of K, and then the example for the same, right? So next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll try to cover this particular portion of K nearest neighbors, right? And you have to choose very wisely, right, what type of methods I can apply, right? So it depends upon different situations, different data types, different distributions also, right? So when you go for the literature survey or literature review, then you can apply, you can justify, this is the data, this is a data type, these are the features, why this author has applied this method, why not this? So you can think over it, okay? You can think over it, and then also you can propose your method and find out the same result of same environment, and then you can compare easily. Because you don't write a code, because code is nowadays available in the, you can go to the google.com, you can find out any sort of codes. You don't need to write the code, but how to connect your database, what type of values you want to use, what type of features, have you have the some domain knowledge or not, and then you can easily apply for the same, right? So the KNN have the different nomenclatures of this, the K nearest neighbor, memory-based reasoning, example-based reasoning, and the instant-based learning. And of course, it's called a lazy learning. Why it is called the instant-based or lazy learning, I'll tell you with the help of in my, the further slide, I'll tell you why it is called as lazy learning. And what is KNN? So KNN is the K nearest neighbor is one of the simplest supervised machine learning algorithm, mostly used for classification, So it classifies the data point based on how my neighbors is, behave, react. So they inherit the neighbor's property and behave like that. Okay. So on that particular, medium, you can distinguish your data points. It's a powerful classification algorithm for pattern recognitions. Why? Because the same neighbors, if you identify the pattern, the neighbors is same in that particular pattern. Okay. Now the k nearest neighbor store all available cases. All available cases means it creates the instances of all the cases. That's why it is known as the instant based, or you can call as example based learning. And you want to store all the cases. So for one particular data point, you have to talk to all the data points and create the cases. That is why it is also known as the lazy learning process. Right? How do we, choose your neighbors? Based on the similarity images. Maybe a distance function, maybe a Jaccard function, maybe a Sorensen function, anything. Maybe a correlation, right? Like that. Okay. So now the important point is now. So we will do that. So here first we'll take the figure B, and then we'll move to the figure A. Okay. So number one step is you have to choose the value of K. So in this case, both the cases I choose K is equals to 3. Why K is equal to 3? We'll discuss in my later slide. Right. So first I want to, identify this. My green data point behave as either A or B, circle or rectangular, or you can say blue or red. What is it as a behavior? So first step is you identify the case. Second is find out the 3 nearest neighbors of this data point. I find out 3 nearest neighbor, 1, 2. Once you find out the number of nearest neighbor basis on the K value, then you perform the voting. You have to perform the voting. The majority of votes is win. Okay. So if you take we have the 3 neighbors, 1, 2, and 3, and in 3 out of 3 belongs to the B category. So this B green one belongs to the B, or you can say blue or circle. The answer of this green belongs to the B category. Similarly, increase now in this case. Now I'll take K is equals to, let's say, 7, and I have to find out this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are my 7 neighbors. These are my 7 neighbors of this. Okay. So once you identify the neighbors, then you have to perform the voting. So in voting process, 5 belongs to the red one, whereas 2 belongs to the blue one. So majority belongs to the red one. So this class belongs to the red one. This is the very simple approach of K nearest neighbors. How do we choose the K? Now the question is, so as I told you, first you have to find out the nearest neighbor and perform the voting. So to avoid the confusion, we always prefer the K having the odd value. Point number 5. Point number 5 is what? To avoid the confusion, because we have to do the voting. Suppose we take the even number. So 2 belongs to red and 2 belongs to blue. So it's difficult. Right? So we prefer the K is odd value. This is the rule for, right, K nearest neighbor. So this K value is odd. A K in KNN is a parameter that refers to the number of nearest neighbors to include the majority voting process. As I told you, the definition of K already Right. So based on this, if you take the k is equals to 1, it directly inherited the nearest value. No need to compare. Just whatever the nearest node, it automatically adopt the property of that nearest node. So it is not possible. It is very sensitive to noise. If any data point is wrong, that is automatically take the wrong value as well. So we cannot take the k is equals to 1 because due to some noise variation. So we cannot take k is equals to 1, number 1. We prefer odd value. We cannot take k is equals to 1. Then k is equals to 2. It's a even number. We won't take. So the smallest value of this k is what? Smallest value of k is what? K is equals to 3. This is the second point. So number 1 point is odd value. Number 2 point is k is odd value. What is the maximum value? So during the literature, when we go through this, the k is high, large, then that it will give you the right answer for the same. Okay. So during the literature, I find that the maximum value of k is the square root of data point. So suppose my data point is 100. So what is the k? Is maybe square root of 100, that is 10. 10 is even number. So I can take 9. We can take 9. Okay. So like that, we can decide the value of k in KNN. So any questions so far? So we have the thumb rule to select the k. Number 1, k is odd value because we have to perform a voting, and majority of voting will, adopt that particular data point value. Second is the minimum value of k is 3. Third one is the maximum value of k is the square root of the data point. So these are the 3 important aspects, and make sure not take the k is equals to 1 and 2, right? So I hope this point is clear to all. Maximum value, and minimum value. These are the 3 important points for the same. When do we use the KNN? Because every data point create the instance, so data is to be very small, so it will give you the less computational time. Data is noise free. What do you mean by noise free? Suppose you have the data rows wise, and one of the data is blank in this row, one of the data. So you need to clear, you need to discard these data. So data is noise free. Of course, because it's a supervised learning, so data is the labeled format. Right? Okay. So you can easily apply for the same. Now moving to the example, right? So just listen carefully, and then you are able to make a program for the same, right? If you have, you can just take a picture through your smartphone or take the screenshot for the same, and you can try to make your own program. Maybe it is very useful because it's a very easy program, right? So can you tell me how many features in this case? You write into the chat box, how many features in my program? One, two, three, four, five. How many features? Six. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else want to give the answer? How many features in this particular example one? So you have 4 options, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you give the answer for the same? How many features in example 1? We have 4 options, 3, 4, 5, 6. Please attempt. Everyone should attempt. Maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. Please. Features means column. I request all the participants, please write the answer either in 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. Please try to attempt for the same. So I can tell you the 5 and 6 is the wrong answer. Now please attempt once more. 5 and 6 is a wrong answer. Now can you tell me how many features in my example 1? It is visible on your screen. Okay, so enough time. So I'll tell you the answer is right into the chat box. I'll tell you why. Okay. So this is the customer name. This is record 1, record 2, record 3, record 4, record 5, record 6, record 7, so on. These are the records. This is not count as a feature. This is a record, number 1. As I told you, this is a supervised learning. That means my data is labeled. That means last column is my output, outcome, or target. It is not my feature. This is not my feature because my data is labeled. So now you can tell me how many features? 1, 2. Any doubt, any confusion, any things you want to discuss? Clear? Okay, thank you. So please make it interactive. So okay, so I'll tell you these are okay. So what happened to the Tapan's column? So this is my record column. This is nothing but this is my record column, and I want to I want to find out whether it belongs to yes class or no class. This is my question. Sir, now we'll talk about the number of features. I think this is this point is clear. This is my record name. This is my outcome. So these are my features. Now my question is, I want to edit the opens class based on my previous samples. These are my previous samples. I want to predict the Tapan's class, whether it is yes or no, with the help of KNN. Okay. Question is clear. Now once the question is clear, then I'll tell you this second step. What is my second step? What is the value of K? What is the value of K? How many records? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 records. Square root of 5 or 6 is 2 point something. But what is the minimum value of K? As you know that, what is the minimum value of K? We had discussed in my last slide. K is equals to 3. Exactly, yes. So K is equals to 3. Now here I can apply my distance function as an Euclidean distance function, as I know that this is the Euclidean distance function. It is also known as the L2 norm because we have the square the deviation value and take the sum up and take the square root, right? So I decide my K value as 3. Now my point is I want to identify the Tapan's class. So I do one thing. I can take the distance from Tapan of each of my Ks, as I told you. So here Tapans to NA, if I calculate the distance, 35 minus 37 square plus 35 minus 50 plus 3 minus 2 square, like that. So I find the Tapans to NA distance, that is 15.16. I find the Tapan to John distance, that I found the 15, then Tapan to George, then Kevin, then Tom, and we have these distances, right? So K is fixed, K is equals to 3. So we have nearest neighbors. Nearest neighbor means minimum distance. So how many of the minimum distance? Yes, NA have the minimum distance with 1. John is also have a minimum distance, and Tom. These 3 are the minimum distance. Why 3? Because we decided the K is equals to 3. Now perform the voting rights. So NA belongs to no. John belongs to yes. Tom belongs to yes. So majority of votes is belongs to yes. So the Tapan class is what? Yes. This is very simple approach. If you have any doubt, you just ask. Okay. Any doubt so far, please? Okay. Okay, this is my second example. I'll so we'll do it a little bit fast. So here, this is my feature 1. This is my F1. This is my F2. This is my class outcome. So I have 2 features. Now, how many records? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12 records. So square root of 11, 12 is something around 3 point something. So I can take, in the same case, we will take the value is 2, 3. Now I can take I have to predict the 48 person having the loan is 1,40,000. It belongs to which class? I want to find out. So same process. 48 minus 25, 142 minus 40, square root, this come out to 102,000.25. So this is the first distance. So I have to find out all my distances, right? And once you find out the distance with respect to 48, I have to find out the 3 nearest neighbor because K is 3. So this is number 1. I can change the color maybe. This is the number 1 distance is a minimum distance. This is the second distance and this is the third distance. Once you find out the 3 nearest neighbor, you have to perform what? Voting. So majority of vote is going to what? Yes. This is no, right? So this class is belongs to yes class. I hope this is clear. Okay. But if you look at carefully in this example, this feature is only belongs to the loan amount. It is not dependent on the age value. We have in 2 features in this problem, but my entire set is dependent upon only the 1 feature. There is no significance of the age factor. So for this particular problem, whenever this kind of problem is come into the picture, we do the step called normalization of my value. Okay, so there is a formula in the bottom. If you can look at it, value minus, right? And then you can find out this value. Why I can do this normalization? Because my values, my features is only depend, my value is one feature, not on the second feature. So how do we, my values depend upon both the features, we can do the normalization part here, right? So normalization is a simple formula, the vi minus minimum value upon range, and you can find out. So for example, here I want to, find out the value. So this is value is 25. I want to find out the normalized value. So 25, and this column minimum value is 20, and range is what? 60 minus 20, 5 by 40. 5 by 40 is nothing but 1 by 8, that come out to 0.125. Like that, you can convert each values into what? Into what? Normalized value. So the values look like this. When you perform this same thing in this same process, 0.7 minus 0.125 square plus 0.61, 0.7 minus 125 and 0.61 minus 0.11 square, and then you can find out. Once you find out the same value, you have to find out what? Three nearest neighbor. 1, 2, 3. When you find out the three nearest neighbor and do the voting, N, yes. So 2R belongs to no. So now the final answer is no. It belongs to the default category, no. Why? Because now my feature depend upon, my problem is depend upon both the features in this case, right? So I hope this problem is clear to all, everyone. If you have any questions so far, please feel free ask. So this is my strength. This is my strength because it's a very simple method. You can apply of any sort of distribution of data, binomial or anything you can apply, right? Good classification if the number of sample is large enough. But at the same time, if the number of sample is large enough, it takes lots of computational time. So this is the advantage as well as the disadvantage. Choosing K may be a tricky job, need large number of samples for accuracy, but it increase the time constraint for the same. So this is the all about the learning part. Any questions so far? I'll take here. I'll take 2-minute break, just 2-minute break, and we'll start with the unsupervised learning part. I just take 2-minute break.
Yes, sir. You take 2 minutes break. Yeah.
So welcome back, and now we'll start our last part of my presentation, that is the unsupervised learning. So we have around 20 minutes, so we'll try to wind up in 20 to 25 minutes, and then we'll have the question answers. Right. Any questions so far, the data science or the supervised? Any question? Okay. So in this topic, we'll discuss the unsupervised learning. And basically, as I told you, if my data is not labeled, we'll go for the unsupervised learning part. Right. So how do we work on that? Basically, it's a machine learning technique where you do need to supervise your model, because I don't have the data, labeled data. So how do we do that? So try to, look at this example. We have this input raw data, and this data is talk to each other. They talk to each other and they create their own information. They discover their own information, which talk to the other data points. So mainly this is the important phase of interpretation. So what type of features you want to segregate, right? So for example, if I have the lots of banking customers, so based on the number of credit cards, number of average monthly balance on their account, and number of add-on cards, number of FD, number of RD, like that. So we have the different information on our data points. When we discover this information, when we talk to the particular data sets, right? So then we apply interpreters. When you have the information, then we'll send it to the algorithm part. Here we can apply the either in the clustering or partitioning, what your algorithm of machine learning you want to apply. Once you apply this machine learning algorithm, then this point of time of processing deployment, you can see that my data is somewhat labeled, because all the information is discovered at this point, and then they can cluster this data, classify the data into 3 packets, like that. Okay. So unsupervised learning is basically for automatically split the data into the smaller module basis on their similarity. So the clustering is the number one job. Then when we discuss with the data points in the data set, so we have discovered the unusual data points. So basically for fraudulent transactions in the financial mode. So that is also after clustering, one of the important tasks is the anomaly detection. When you talk to each other, the most of the groups have the same properties. So association mining, for that purpose we also use the unsupervised learning, right? So here we talk about the K-means clustering. So clustering is the most common TA techniques that, and basically we want to perform the task to divide it into the smaller modules, and or the subgroups or clusters, to find out the exactly basis on their own discovered data, they can create that. How do we create that? How do we do measurement? Basis on the equilibrium distance or the correlation distance. Equilibration distance we had already discussed, right? You can apply any other correlation technique, or you can apply the Sorensen or Jaccard also. So how do we classify? We classify based on their based on their internal information discovered by each of data point, can classify for the same. Okay. So this is my original unclustered data, and once I apply this, I can see that this data is divided into part. So this is my nothing but my cluster data. But how do we perform that? How do we perform the same? Right? So there is a technique and which we will discuss this clustering algorithm that is known as the K-means clustering. Other variant of K-means clustering is also available, that is mean shift clustering, kernel K-means clustering, K-media clustering, etc. Right. Okay. So we will focus in this because we have, running short of time. So just a moment, please. The other variant is the mean shift clustering, kernel K-means clustering, and K-media clustering, but we focus on K-means clustering. Okay, so it's a very popular technique, and the one famous paper by Professor A.K. Jain is data clustering of 50 years beyond K-means clustering. Right, and this paper is published in 2010, and now it's 2021, almost a 61-year-old technique, but it is still very popular. So this is the highly cited Indian Professor Jain from Michigan University. You know, this is the Professor Nanda. It's one of the speaker in this workshop, and this very close friend of mine. Right. So we interact one of the conference with Professor Jain. He's write a very good paper. This is data clustering 50 years. So I request you can just go through that paper. This is very fantastic paper for the same. Right. So here I'm not going to the what are the steps. We directly jump into the example where I can able to clear your queries. How do we work on the K-means clustering? It's an iterative algorithm. Again, K is predefined, like that the K nearest neighbor. K is predefined and distinct non-overlapping subgroup. What do you mean by non-overlapping subgroup? If one data point belongs to one cluster, suppose you initially decided 3 clusters, K is equals to 3, but one data point belongs to only on the one cluster, not into entire 3 cluster or the 2 cluster. Only one data point belongs to the one cluster. And basically, this is an iterative algorithm. We have to minimize the distance. So we have to fix one of the data point. We assume the center data point, and then we can apply for the same. This is my objective function. WIK means it's a weight. Either it belongs to this particular cluster or not. So 1 or 0. Then what is this? We have to minimize this second order distance, means equality in this sense. Xi is what? X is my data points. Suppose we have thousands of data points and we have limited number of clusters, let's say 2 or 3. So this function is moved from 1 to m and 1 to k, right? And this is what? This is the centroid of my cluster. So one of the data point, we assume that it is my centroid. I can, calculate the distance from other data points, and I have to choose wisely that the distance from other data point is minimum. Right? So it's an iterative algorithm. Every time you have to shift the centroid value and take the distance like that. Okay. So we will discuss it. So for example, I have the set data set. I initially assume these two are my clusters. So I can start calculate the distance from each of my this data point. I can calculate from blue and as well as the whatever the distance is minimum that inherit that curve. So every data point you have to calculate the distance, every data point. Once you calculate the distance from every data point, now you can clearly look at the pink line. So some of my data point belongs to the blue one, and some of the basis on what? Basis on the distance. Now I have moved to the distance. In this blue area, I can choose one of my point as a data point, and this red area, I can choose one of the data point is my center. Now I can change the center. Once you change the center value, now again perform the same. Right? Now I can change my center value. I can perform the same thing. Okay. So once I perform the same thing, now you can look at this pink line. Now you can look at this pink line. Now the value is this. Now again, I can move my centroid here, some dense area. And this process, until and unless the distance from each of my data point is minimum, then only we can move, right? So this is moving like that, and finally we will have this value I figure there is a distance is minimum, right? So you have to keep on iterative process. You have to keep on changing this. Now, if I move to the centroid of any other point, the distance is large. So we can stop this process here, right? Okay, so I'll quickly move to the example. So again, how many features in this? The same question, how many features in this? Okay, can you tell me how many features in this? And how many record in this? So we have two features. What are those? Weight and height. Exactly, the two features and 12 data points, right? Right? So I want to apply the K-means clustering here. Okay, how do we apply that? Simple procedure. I assume that the K is equals to 2. So initially I can use this my cluster 1 and this is my cluster 2. So whatever the renaming data point is belongs to either cluster 1 or cluster 2. This is my process. This is my process. Okay. So initially I have the 12 data points. I assume that K1 and K2. So K1 have the centroid value what? 72,185. And cluster 2 having the centroid value is 56,170. So I think this step is clear. We initially assume two cluster K1 and K2. We have total 12 data points. We are using the equivalent distance L2 norms here. And we have initially centroid value of K1 and K2 is this, like that. This now this point is clear. Now my question is, now this data point 3 is belongs to data point 1 or data point 2. So first we calculate the distance from 1 to 3. We calculate the distance D13, that is nothing but 72 minus 60 and 185 minus 168 square, and then this QRT that come out to 20.8. Then 2, 3, distance from data point 2 to 3, 56 minus 60 and 170 minus 168 did come out to 4.5. Okay, so this is the distance. So now we have, initially we assumed that two clusters, cluster 1, cluster 2, and we want to find out cluster 3 belongs to either 1 or 2, so we calculate the distances. As you showed, in the formula, we have calculated the distance from 2, 3 is less than the distance from 1, 3. It's only 4.5. So it is a 4.5. That means my data point 3 is belongs to what? Data point cluster 2. Okay, because the distance is minimum. If the distance is minimum, now we want to modify its centroid value. How do we modify? Just take the average of these two. So 56 or 60, 58 and 169. So here now data point is less, 1 point less. Why? Because 3 is accommodated in cluster 2. Now similarly this process for 4, data point 4, what happened? When we apply for the data point 4, okay, so what happened? Again the same process, we have to calculate D14 and D23. Okay, just a moment, please. So the distance from D14 is 72 minus 68 square plus 185 minus 170, that is come out to 7.21. And D24 is 58 minus 68 and 169 minus 179. 10 square plus 10 square, that is 200. Under root is 14.1. So that is distance is 7.24 and this. So obviously the data point 4 is belongs to the minimum distance, that is mean cluster 1. So 4 is belongs to cluster 1. And what is its modified Centroid, the average of these two. So average of these two is 70 and 182. Now, can anyone tell me the data point belongs, data point 5 belongs to cluster 1 or cluster 2? Can anyone tell me? Data point 5 belongs to which cluster? Distance 72 minus 70, 182 minus 182, 2 square, 4, only the distance is 2. D15 is 2. D15 is 2. Okay, I got the answer of the participants. Okay, and distance from 2 to 5. 58 minus 72 itself of 14 and 169 minus 1 is 13. 14 square plus 13 square is a large value as compared to D15. So yes, the answer is data point 5 belongs to the cluster 1, right? And then you can keep on repeating this problem. So every data point associated either in cluster 1 or cluster 2, right? Okay, so this is the example how you can you also apply this K-means and the image segmentation part or image compression part. So this is my original image. This is my original image, and you know that it consists of the 256 values. 56 value, it ranging from 0 to 255. So if you have take only the 2 value, then image look like this. If you increase the number of values, then the image resolution is good. But at the same time, if the original image required the 100 MB, original image is required 100 MB, so the segmented image is required only 4% of the 100 MB, that means 4 MB. So you can apply for image segmentation or image compression as well. There are variety of applications of the image clustering. That's why it is a very popular technique. But at the same time, they have some limitations as well, right? So for example, in this case, if you look at this, would be better if in this case, if you assume only one cluster, that would give the better result, because we have to do the trial and K is predefined. So we cannot predict and direct the exact value for the same. So that is the limitation. You have to keep on trying and change the values. This is the limitation. In this second case, if you assume that 2 clusters instead of 1, if you take 2 clusters, then you can easily segregate your data. Right? So lots of limitations is there in this case. The second limitation is look like this. One lady and one dog, but the feature is very high, although the image is a very different space, but due to the similarity factor of their hair, it will give you the right answer. So maybe this is the one of the limitation. And again, one more limitation is based on the shapes cannot apply for this kind of data. So if you look at this, the data is segregated in the curve shape, but when you apply the K-means clustering, some of the blue points, some of this blue point is now belongs to the orange one, and some of the orange point is now belongs to the blue one when you apply the K-means clustering. So these are some limitations as well of this particular method. That's why you have to study for the what type of data type, what type of data is there. Then only you are able to apply the technique for the same. So this is the end of my slide, and now I'm still 9 minutes is remaining. So I have opened for the question, and sorry, because due to the time constraint, I can not slow down my pace, because I tried to cover this entire portion by 150. So now I'm ready to take up the question. And if you have any, if you want to repeat any of the slide, I can repeat for the same. Right. So I'm open for the questions. Any question from your side, please Unmute your mic or put into the chat box. So one question is means if data is more, the compression is good. Yeah, you can say that the if data is more, then you can have the very good compression ratio.
Yeah, faculty members, please take any questions, query, your doubt with sir. We have gone there. Sir, one more question has come.
Okay. So I can tell you, sir, in the first half, I had discussed with the KNN's neighbor. This is a part of supervised learning, but this is current problem. It is a basis on the unsupervised learning, because as I told you, now look at the example carefully. In this particular example, there is a no outcome. Column is available. Data is not labeled. We don't know it belongs to cluster 1 or cluster 2, like that. So I, because of the time constraint, I just take up one problem of supervised learning and one problem of the unsupervised learning. Right? Before and the advanced, you can apply the neural network. These are the form of the unsupervised learning. You can work on it.
Yes, any question, any doubt? हाँ, कौन सा वो है ना? Sir, one small request that you wait for a few more minutes before you leave here.
Okay.
Yes. Shankara will be awarding you some appreciations and memento.
Sure, sir. I'll be here. No problem.
Yeah. And for the participant, please stay. Valedictory session will start at 2 o'clock. Sir, this is a memento from Shankara Institute of Technology. This is a certificate of appreciations, a certificate of love and remembrance, so that we remain in touch with each other. We remember each other.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for everyone for
Sir,
patiently listening me.
Yes, sir. My humble request to you is that you can stay for the validity sessions.
Sure.
Our concluding ceremony will start just after a few minutes.
Sure, no problem.
Our honorable, worthy vice chancellors will be here, and few more dignitaries will be here. So it is our pleasure that you be with us during this ceremony.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yes. अच्छा, हाँ. Yes, dear faculty members, how did you find all the sessions? Any one of you who can make some observation? Any faculty who can make some observations regarding the sessions which have been conducted in the last 5 days on various subtopics under the main topics on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence? Madam Radha Raman Chaudhary has come out. Excellent, sir. On time and appreciable quality. Thanks to you.
Sir, one minor suggestion. I am not madam.
Oh, sorry, sir. Radha.
No problem, sir.
Sir, this all. Thanks, sir. Any other observations from any of the participants? We have 2-3 minutes still left out before we switch over to the next final concluding session. Yes, sir. Hello.
Very good afternoon. जी,
Yes,
very
sir.
good afternoon, sir. Very good afternoon. नवीन
Yes,
जी को
yes.
बोलिए
Thank you,
अपने सी डैक, हाँ जी, सी डैक अपने ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर साहब को भी कांटेक्ट करें, श्रीकांत जी को ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं क्या, और कौन कौन आ रहे हैं। चंद्रशेखर जी से बात हो गई है, वो भी ज्वाइन हो जाएंगे। डीसी साहब को मैं अभी फिर लगाता हूँ। हेलो,
कहाँ नहीं, इस पे तो नहीं है। अच्छा अच्छा, ये। डॉक्टर पी चंद्रशेखर जी।
क्या नमस्कार डॉक्टर रति साहब।
नमस्कार नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून, वेलकम यू सर।
डॉक्टर संत कुमार चौधरी साहब नमस्कार।
नमस्कार नमस्कार सर, वेलकम वेलकम। Guardian of Shankara family and Saput of nation.
Sir, it is my pleasure. I just brief you because you are with us on the last day of this ceremony. So I just give a brief hint about this workshop. This 5-day faculty development program on Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence commenced on 15th of this month and today stands concluded. The program covered various practical wings on the subject of IoT and artificial intelligence, like applications, security analysis for IoT and mobile devices, introduction to neural network, IoT architecture, protocols and case studies, nature-inspired computing, sensors and their interface, IoT-based solar water pump for agriculture, and the eminent speakers were who had on practical knowledge on their respective fields. To name a few, Dr. S.V. Srikant, Joint Director, CDAC, Hyderabad, Dr. Dalbir S. Dahiya, Vice President, Security Technology, Dr. Ajay Godra, Founder and CEO, Innovate Skills, Chandigarh, Dr. Nanda, Professor, MNIT, Dr. Tapan Jains, IIT Nagpur. Sir, all the sessions were very informative, very practice-based, very highly interactive. Queries were raised in between by the faculty members, were well responded. And on an average, the number of participants exceeded hundreds. And all the faculty, all the eminent speakers, they took the practical sides of the applications. Some of the sessions were how to devise a particular applications. And I got surprised that we have got 50 billion devices connected together. And population of the world is 7.5 billion only. So there are a lot of opportunities, lot of scope in these areas. So all the sessions were very thought-provoking. The communication skills of all the experts was very good. And all the sessions were very educative, very well informed. In the next few days, again, we have lined up few faculty development programs, workshops, and our mega events, hackathons, global hackathon this time is also scheduled on 19th and 20th of the next month. Now, Sir Shankara is organizing these workshops and faculty development programs on the latest technologies, both in the technical areas as well in the management, which are of today's context. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor was very kind enough to give approval to series of FDPs, workshops, and for these mega events, hackathon. Sir, your kind words, your blessings is required for all these, to make all these events very successful. Now, I take an opportunity to switch over to our chairman, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, to welcome all the dignitaries with his rosy words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Rathi ji. It's a great pleasure here to welcome a great person of this great nation, Dr. P. Chandrasekhara ji, Director General Manage, and it's known to everybody, guardian of Shankara family. It's now I can add in addition to Shankara family, now he has become one of the guardian of RTU also. I do remember whenever in collaboration with RTU, Shankara group of institution is having any program. Last year also we conducted number of workshops when His Excellency was blessing the occasion. Sri Kalraj Misra ji. Next program was when His Excellency Sri Satyapal Malik ji, Governor of Meghalaya, was there as a chief guest. Everywhere, in all occasions, this whole program was blessed by you, guided by you, and supported by you. This topic today's was for 5 days, Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence. Sir, we are aware that in this scenario, this topic has become most important. Without this, we cannot survive. And it was very needed to have a stalwart like Dr. Srikanth ji. There were a number of dignitaries came to deliver their vast experience. Mr. Dalbir Dahiya ji, Mr. Dr. Tapan Jain ji, Mr. Ajay Godara ji, and in support of, I'm thankful to Sri Govindram Jaiswal ji, OSD to Honorable Chancellor and Governor of Rajasthan, Sri Kalraj Misra ji, who had given his maximum time in the inaugural session. Dr. Glory Swarupa Madam, DG MSME, who blessed the occasion, and her words were very impressive. Even our all participants, all dignitaries appreciated the way she presented. Then our Honorable Vice Chancellor was the chief guest in the inaugural session, who blessed the occasion, and he guided whole participant, faculty members. That was very impressive, and it was appreciated by all. Again, today we have valedictory session. So we have dignitaries, great dignitaries like DG Manes. I'm thankful, I'm welcoming to Dr. Seema Agarwal ji, who is a coordinator, FDP coordinator of RTU. Dr. ML Meena ji, who is FDP coordinator from RTU Kota. Without support from both of you, it was not possible to conduct this type of program. I'm welcoming you here, and you must have noticed that our experts were excellent, and participant, I'm aware this type of FDP is going on in different places. But whenever Shankara is organizing in collaboration with RTU, our attendance is the maximum attendance. And what Professor Rathiji conveyed you all, always it was tentative more than 100. So it's a wonderful achievement. And that this credit goes to our all speaker, were prominent. Dr. Venkata Srikanth Sunamji, who is the Joint Director of CDAC, his lecture, S.J. Nandaji, Dalbirji, Tapanji, Ajay Godaraji, all sessions were excellent and very impressive. I hope this type of presentation will be in future also, and I'm expecting our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sahab also. He had confirmed me that he will be in the valedictory session, but due to some meeting with the ministry, he is engaged there. So shortly he will join. But in the meantime, I have the opportunity to once again welcome you all in Valedictory Session, and very much thankful to all great speaker, especially in inaugural session. Dignitaries came, Dr. Glory Swarupa Madam, DG MSME, Shri Govind Ram Jaspal ji, OSD to Honorable Governor of Rajasthan, Shri Kalyan Misra ji, Professor R.A. Gupta ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of RTU. Sir, your inspiration, your guidance, your valuable word is unforgettable. The way you are giving your full support to affiliated college, it was never before. And the spirit what we are getting after your support, that will be ever remembered. And I assure you, same way, affiliated college is reciprocating, and both are faculties member, students, both are benefited, because these are even affiliated college, these are your baby. So as a guardian, this is how you are taking care your kids, your babies, and on the same way, these institutions are also reciprocating. You see that national, international level dignitaries participating in last our workshop. Some speaker was from European country. Prominent figure, Dr. P. Chandrasekhara was one of the speakers. Dr. Sri Hukum Singh Meena, the Additional Secretary in Government of India, he was the speaker. Dr. Glory Swarupa Madam, she was the speaker. Mr. Srinivas Rao from IIT Kharagpur, he was the speaker. So, with your support, Professor R.A. Gupta ji, we are improving day by day, and our success is enormous, and the benefits going to faculty members, students. So, with this few words, once again, I'm thankful to participant, the way you have reciprocated to all our speakers. It's wonderful. Even I have attended so many workshops organized by some other institution, but I'm thankful, grateful to you all participants. Whenever Shankara is organizing any workshop, any type of this event, so our participants are excellent. So once again, thank you very much all participants. And with this few words, I will request our honorable a special guest of very special guest of honor, Dr. P. Chandrasekhara ji, Director General Manage, to guide us, to bless us with your few words and highlight on the subject Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence. Thank you very much.
To all the dignitaries and participants in this important valedictory program, I would like to thank President of Shankara Group of Institutions, Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary ji, and Rajasthan Technical University. I know representatives Dr. Seema Agarwal and Dr. Meena ji are here. I would like to thank Shankara Group as well as Rajasthan Technical University for involving me in this important valedictory program. I would like to congratulate all the faculty members of different educational institutions across the country participating in this program. and successfully completing this training program. The topic is very much relevant for today and tomorrow, more importantly for future, Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. Another important observation, I have been part of Shankara Group of Institutions, various activities from past 2 decades. But one important development I am seeing from past 2 years is a very close association with Rajasthan Technical University. Normally, universities, they conduct any program at their headquarters. Their government affiliated colleges, but very rarely they go to their other affiliated colleges and private partners. This normally, it doesn't happen. But I have been seeing it is the best example for very successful public-private partnership, where Rajasthan Technology University is working very closely with the Shankara Group of Institutions, talking about tomorrow's technology to all the faculty members, sending the good message across the country through faculty members, so that ultimately it reaches every student, igniting their minds. I would like to appreciate this public-private partnership, and also both the Shankara Group Institution as well as Rajasthan Technical Universities. Regarding Shankara Group of Institutions, I was sharing with you all. My association is nearly 2 decades. Actually, we started on, mostly you're all from engineering colleges, but we started working on a most unimaginable venture. I will briefly explain what is that, why it is important to our country, irrespective of you belongs to technology or non-technology, but for a nation, how that small activity is very, very important. COVID period, we suffered from all the facilities, but there was no suffering with respect to food. I'm sure that you all agree. We never faced a problem with respect to food. For your information, in COVID period year, we produced the highest food production in independent India by producing 292 million tons. That shows how very strong and resilient agriculture is built. Just to be self-reliant in the food security, nutritional security to our nation, for all of us, and ensuring income security to the farmers. Everyone is beneficiary of that, because you just imagine if we would have faced food shortage during COVID period. The food was delivered in your doorstep. The vegetable vendors were there in your doorstep to deliver. The pulses, the cereals were delivered to your door, and that is the resilient agriculture which we built. Thanks to the agriculture ministry and all the farmers. But the seeds were sown at different parts of time, and over a period of several decades ago it happened. My institution, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, as well as Shankara Group of Institutions, we signed MOU for motivating agripreneurs, entrepreneurs in the field of agriculture, on 8th April 2002, 20 years back. In that, we attracted unemployed agriculture graduates. Today we are talking about artificial intelligence. That time it was only human intelligence was there. There was no artificial intelligence during that time. So we brought the agriculture graduates, we trained them to become entrepreneurs. These qualified people, they went into different villages, they motivated farmers to adopt to latest technologies. And as a result of that, you know, today we have the food and nutritional security to our country. Even in worst of the worst case, COVID period, we never faced, you know, a shortage in agriculture produce. Not only that, when all the sectors suffered because there was no business, there was no employment, there was no income generation, employment generation, but agriculture growth was the only positive growth area with the 3.4% in the last year. So the seeds were sown long back by institutions like Manage and the Shankara Group of institutions through their very innovative activities, which brought us so much of comfort in the time of crisis. This was the small, you know, beginning we made long back. Afterwards, we were also very much impressed with the grassroots level activity and very closely associated with a large number of exhibitions, Krishi Vigyan Kendra activities, and other social activities. Not only Shankara Group deals with you know, agriculture or technology, they are into rural development, they are into health, they are into largely education, not only technical, even other aspects also, not only at national capital level, state capital level, even at district level, they have. So it was our privilege to work very closely with the Shankara Group of institutions. So regarding, you know, my institution, because this is of importance to you all, you are working on artificial intelligence and you are working on Internet of Things. I must share something about my organization so that you have opportunity for application of artificial intelligence in our field also. Incidentally, I am also not only a Director General for National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, we have another institute where lot of artificial intelligence have been trained. That is the National Institute of Plant Health Management, NIPHM. It is also Ministry of Agriculture organization. I'm also holding additional charge of Director General there. So in Manage, basically we train officers, we train entrepreneurs, we train agri startups for innovations. Many of the people are trained in application of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things in the field of agriculture and rural development also. I can give hundreds of examples, but you are all aware about those things. But a small thing what we tried here, everybody knows about drones. You know, artificial intelligence is you know, tried there, and we wanted to design a drone for spraying of pesticides in the agriculture fields. So the weight of the drone is around 13 kilos. The payload capacity is 5 kilos. And with a battery, it can fly for 15 to 20 minutes. So we wanted to cover more area and more flying hours. And we are also working with the Indian Council of Agriculture Research and also many other IT organizations, so that instead of one battery, we can keep more batteries. Instead of more batteries, we can bring solar panels. So with no battery, the drones can be used. Why only for spraying the pesticide? Even for surveillance. To what extent the agriculture field is infested with pests, with diseases? To what extent the crop coverage is there in the particular area? How much of fertilizer is required? How much of water is required? And suppose forest fire is there, to what extent the forest got damaged? All this, you know, information we can get through these drones. They are of great importance to us as a nation, as a society. I think this particular training program and this topic and you all people can play very important role in designing these kind of activities, especially in disaster management. This artificial intelligence can play very important role. You just to see, we are in the COVID period. We cannot, touch the other person. We cannot sit with other people. But you just imagine by using artificial intelligence, we can design robots. These robots can take care of, human activity. We need not worry about infection of COVID. This is a great solution, but only thing cost effectiveness is very important. So what is the responsibility of me and you? I think we need to develop very cost effective robots using artificial intelligence so that very critical period like COVID pandemic season, this can be very effectively used. Now very dreaded disease like Ebola is reported from Africa. Once a person is infected with Ebola, nobody can touch them with the bare hands. They have to have many safety personal equipments. Instead, using artificial intelligence, if we can develop paramedical workers, probably they can work very effectively in COVID period, handling diseases like Ebola. In a country called Congo in Africa, in Central Africa, they are suffering from Ebola now. It is widespreading. I think that is where this kind of technologies are very important. Suppose you just think in our fire engines, in our firefighting operations, suppose you can use artificial intelligence and this kind of robots, we need not worry about the loss of human life. Our firefighters need not lose their life. At the same time, without fearing for the fire, we can reach wherever victims are there and we can save them. And we are living in a very delicate world where also threatened by terrorism. Very unfortunate instances where the bombs are, kept, and it is very difficult for security forces to go near, diffuse. Just imagine using this artificial intelligence. You can bomb diffusing, entire squad can be managed by the kinds of robots. Probably not only technologically we are superior, but we need not worry to, the loss of our security personnel. So there are hundreds and hundreds of applications are there with respect to Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. See, all the people are becoming very busy now. All professionally, everyone is involved. People don't take care of themselves. What time they have to eat a tablet, what time they have to take medicines. If somebody remind them, they are grateful to them. I think artificial intelligence can play a very important role. Anybody may forget, but these devices will not forget. They will remind you what kind of food you have to take, when you have to exercise, what kind of medicines you have to take, how much tablets you have to consume. Everything can be customized by using artificial intelligence. This is where this higher level technologies we can take to the grassroots level where it can impact every citizen in our country. I can just recall one of the very interesting incident which I encountered when I visited Israel. So the Israel government officials, they took us to one of the most progressive floriculture farmer of that country. Then I was very happy actually. I am meeting one of the most progressive farmer in the progressive country. So I was very much eager to know how technology is used what kind of crop production technology, how they are irrigating, and how they are controlling pest and diseases. So when we went there, he is sitting in an office room, and they introduced me to the floriculture farmer. I asked him, see, where is your farm? It is a farm visit actually. Then he told, I operate my farm sitting in my office. We have precision technology, and he opened the screen. He showed me it is unmanned agriculture farm of 2 hectares, around 5 acres. Different varieties of flowers are grown, and using artificial intelligence, it is remote controlled. What kind of relative humidity is required, the machines will decide, and machines will act. They will pump in water, or they increase the temperature and reduce the water. So if they observe some pests and diseases, immediately the pesticide can be sprayed automatically. Everything is seen by this farmer sitting in his office, which is unbelievable, 20 kilometers away from the farm. I was just wondering, after talking to this, of course, I visited, the farm later physically to see, but everything I saw in the screen itself. There was no need for me. Effectively, it replaced human by artificial intelligence in managing the agriculture, and it was unbelievable. I was just dreaming when my country will get this kind of technologies. I'm very happy today in this training program, we are all discussing about this technology. The days are not far ahead. I am sure that Shankara and Rajasthan Technology University working together, you will be effectively coming out with some solutions, some technologies, inspired minds who can work for developing this kind of highest level of farms in our country. It will reduce dependency on the labor. It increase efficiency in the agriculture. It increase production and productivity. Unbelievable. You will not believe, because of this artificial intelligence, the kind of achievement that they made. You take 1 acre of land in India and 1 acre of land in Israel. In that same piece of land, they got 18 times more yield compared to ours. If we get 100 kilos, they got 1,800 kilos in the same piece of land, thanks to artificial intelligence. In a very difficult area like, agriculture, if, these kind of miracles are happening thanks to this technology, I think in information technology, in our logistics, in our medicine, in our pharmaceutical industries, and in our aviation, transport, our storage structures, I think in several areas, this can be applied for day-to-day activities, and we can come out with very user-friendly technologies, very cost-effective and user-friendly technologies. The day our farmer sitting in remote village, if he comes to know in which market he get the best price, that is the day of victory for artificial intelligence in our country, because using the technology, we are reaching the last mile. That is where the silent revolution start. I'm sure that you people are working on in this direction, and certainly you will achieve, breakthrough in that. So once we complete the training program, suppose when you share with your students, if they come out with some exciting ideas, the question in your mind is how you can inspire and motivate those kind of students to move ahead. I am very happy to hear regarding the announcement of a global hackathon by Shankar Group of Institutions, and all the 49 participants are here, mostly representing 49 institutions. you can, talk about this global hackathon, and students can come with very interesting ideas, and they can showcase, try to impress the investors who are coming there. Anybody is impressed, maybe they can think of investing in this kind of startups. I would like to share with you all, in my institution, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, you can go to, you can Google it, manage.gov.in. This is a website. You will get a lot of information. Here, we have a program under Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. It is called RKVY Raftar program. If any of your students, they are interested, they can, advertisement will come in, few days. You can keep watching. They can apply through their innovation. They can compete for grant up to 25 lakh rupees. So I'm using this platform and sharing with you all people. They can participate in global hackathon on one side, and if they are interested in, getting the funds, shortlisted people who are more competent ideas, they can also take the fund support up to 25 lakh rupees. So with this, again, I would like to thank Rajasthan Technical University and the Shankara Group of Institutions, and especially the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan Technical University, and Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary ji, and the course director, Dr. Rati ji, and all the participants for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to Honorable DG Sahab. Like earlier, you are always helpful, you have guided, you have given a lot of opportunity to all participants, and with your word, the way you have encouraged to participate and coming participant in Global Hackathon also. So I am grateful to you. Certainly we will announce and we will convey them to all participants. 25 lakhs support, it's a wonderful support. And what earlier we did in your presence, we have done. And not only in agriculture, in education, in health that you have mentioned, our trust, SK Chaudhary Educational Trust, in collaboration with 4 more our trust and society, with the help of RTU and other university, we are trying our level best to improve the quality of education, and the same time, the quality, the condition of farmers also, we are trying. Because earlier, what we were saying, कि किसान तो ब्रह्म है और अनाज ब्रह्मा है, लेकिन ब्रह्म और ब्रह्म के लिए, उनके स्वास्थ्य के लिए हम नहीं सोचते थे. So that was your first institution in the country, Krishi Vigyan Kendra under SK Chaudhary Educational Trust, Madhubani, Bihar. We started free health checker, we started free distribution of medicine, we started free surgery, lodging, boarding, everything free. So that helps a lot, and really I was not aware, but we observed it's happened that really during COVID-19, everything was paralyzed, but no one was in our country without food. So this credit goes to great agriculture scientists like Dr. P. Chandrasekhara and Dr. Glory Sarupa ma'am, and our Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, all state, including Bihar, Rajasthan, and other state also, and all agriculture institute. This credit goes to them, and not only that, this credit goes to agriculture scientists, agriculture student who is studying. Their contribution is also there. Every day we are getting some new research, and that helps a lot. So due to this only, there is a program lab to lab. So whatever research is being done in your lab, you are imparting to the land, means it's directly it's going to the farmers, it's directly going to the field. That's why we have achieved this much. There was a Harit Kranti when we became self-sustainable in food grains. Then again there was a Shwet Kranti. So earlier, we do remember when I was a small kid, so some milk powder we were importing. Later on, with Shwet Kranti, we became self-sustainable in milk also. So this credit goes to you and your colleagues, Ministry of Agriculture, central government, all state government, and other part of the world also. Other country has also developed. So that was the first need of the human being or any living being. Food is most essential. Then only we expect some other thing. So in COVID also, we have proven it's a great achievement. Just now, sir, we received a message from Professor R.A. Gupta ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of RTU. He said this meeting was supposed to end through Secretariat. He is connected 1:30 only, but due to some certain reason, this meeting is continued. So he has felt sorry that he has not joined and he failed to welcome you here. But with this few words, he has shown his great regards to you, and he has given thanks to all participants also. So I'm very, very much thankful to you, sir. You always supported Shankara Group of Institution. You are supporting RTU also. You are supporting nation, and not only nation. हमारे देश में कहा गया है उदार चरिता नाम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम परोपकाराय पुण्याय पापाय परपीडनम। दूसरों को मदद करना सबसे बड़ा धर्म है और दूसरे के दुख को हरना सबसे बड़ा कार्य है। तो आप जैसे संत, महान वैज्ञानिक, तो आप दूसरों के लिए करते हैं, उदर पूर्ति की सब व्यवस्था करते हैं। तो विश्व आपको नमन करती है, विश्व आपको अप्रिशिएट करती है, और शंकरा ग्रुप तो आपका बेबी है। और एक पेरेंट्स का क्या कर्तव्य होता है, क्या ड्यूटी होता है, ये तो कहने की बात नहीं है, उससे भी ज्यादा कहीं आप अपने बेबी के लिए करते हैं। शंकरा ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन, स्पेशली हमारे प्रिंसिपल आशुतोष मिश्रा जी, नवीन शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर राठी जी, प्रोफेसर एस.एन. कुट्टी जी, डॉक्टर सुनीता जोशी मैडम, इवन हमारी जितनी भी फैकल्टी है, और हमारी मैं देख रहा हूँ प्रोफेसर निधि जामवाल जुड़ी हुई है। ये जो पहले भी शंकरा से किसी रूप में जुड़ जाते हैं, वो शंकरा को बहुत ही सम्मान देते हैं, शंकरा को सपोर्ट देते हैं। और मैंने देखा कि राजस्थान टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी की एफडीपी की कोऑर्डिनेटर हमारी सीमा, डॉक्टर सीमा अग्रवाल मैडम प्रारंभ से अभी तक उपस्थित है, और डॉक्टर एम.एल. मीना जी, जिनका सहयोग हर समय मिलता रहा है, डॉक्टर धीरेन्द्र माथुर जी जो कोऑर्डिनेटर है टेक्यूब 3 के, जिसके कोलैबोरेशन में हम इस सभी आयोजन को कर रहे हैं। धीरेन्द्र माथुर जी का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। वो जब से कोऑर्डिनेटर टेक्यूब 3 के बने हैं, तब से इस तरह के अनेकों प्रोग्राम हुए हैं और आगे भी होने जा रहा है। और ग्लोबल हैकाथॉन ये अपने आप में यूनिक होगा। मैं बहुत ही प्रसन्नता जाहिर करता हूं कि देश के महान सपूत और महान वैज्ञानिक के मुखारबिंद से ये शब्द निकला है। ग्लोबल हैकाथॉन का जरूर सक्सेस होगा, और उसमें हमारे महानिदेशक महोदय भी आएंगे, पधारेंगे, और हमारे वहां के पार्टिसिपेंट को भी इंकरेज करेंगे, क्योंकि जो आपने आज कहा है हम वहां तो जरूर अनाउंस करेंगे, लेकिन जब आपकी उपस्थिति में जो पार्टिसिपेंट समझ पाएंगे तो ये और अच्छा होगा। और मैं महानिदेशक महोदय से एक और निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि इसमें ग्लोबल हैकाथॉन के साथ साथ इनोवेशन एंड स्टार्टअप है, तो आपके छत्र छाया में, आपके मार्गदर्शन में सैकड़ों स्टार्टअप देश में लगा है, वो भी पार्टिसिपेट करें आपके कहने से। उससे क्या होगा कि जब कोई कुछ प्रूवन देखता है तो और ज्यादा बच्चे अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। तो मैं डॉक्टर सीमा अग्रवाल मैडम से भी कहता हूं कि आप भी ग्लोबल हैकाथॉन में पधारें। आरटीयू के कोलैबोरेशन में हो रहा है और आपके द्वारा सपोर्ट से जो इतना अच्छा, ये हमारे जितने भी स्पीकर आए, आप देखिए डॉक्टर ग्लोरी स्वरूपा मैडम का जो वचन हुआ वो कितना प्रभावी हुआ। वीसी साहब तो डॉक्टर साहब अभिभूत हो गए थे, और जब हमारे प्रोफेसर आर्य गुप्ता जी का कुछ शब्द ग्लोरी मैडम के लिए निकल रहा था तो ग्लोरी मैडम पुनः 2 मिनट का समय लेकर के आरटीओ और शंकरा ग्रुप को बधाई देने लगी। तो ये एक संबंध है, हम सभी पहले भारतीय हैं, हम सभी पहले विश्व के एक नागरिक हैं, फिर कोई डीजी है, कोई कोऑर्डिनेटर है, कोई वीसी है, कोई चेयरमैन है। हम सभी मिलजुल करके इसी तरह से काम करेंगे तो जरूर फ्यूचर में भी अच्छा होगा। हम एक बार फिर जितने भी एक्सपर्ट स्पीकर्स आए, इसमें भी डॉक्टर चंद्रशेखर जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। डॉक्टर श्रीकांत जी के लिए सीडैक से आपके मदद से ही हमको यहाँ तक ला सके हैं। डॉक्टर वेंकट श्रीकांत जी, सत्य साई जगन्नाथ नंदा जी, दलवीर दहिया जी, तपन जैन जी, अजय गोदारा जी, ये स्पीकर मैडम विश्व स्तर के हैं, राष्ट्रीय स्तर के इस तरह के प्रोग्राम अनेकों अटेंड करते हैं। पुनः 23 फरवरी से एक अदर वर्कशॉप है जो छात्रों के लिए है, वो भी आप सबसे सुशोभित होगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं प्रोफेसर राठी साहब से निवेदन करता हूं कि आप इस वर्कशॉप के लिए आरटीयू के द्वारा सपोर्टेड जो ये वर्कशॉप हुआ है, शंकरा ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन द्वारा आयोजित हुआ है, आप इस पर हाईलाइट देते हुए फिर आशुतोष मिश्रा जी जो हमारे प्रिंसिपल हैं उनसे निवेदन करूंगा कि वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दे, और पुनः हम लोग मिलेंगे इसी उम्मीद के साथ। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि आगे भी इस तरह का आयोजन सफल होता रहेगा। प्रोफेसर राठी जी। प्रोफेसर रणवीर राठी जी।
Sir, yes. Thank you very much, sir. And thanks to Dr. P. Chandrasekhar ji for your educative, very informative address, particularly your illustrations towards Israel, where Israel stands and where we are. There is a lot of gaps. And you have nicely highlighted there is a lot of opportunities, a lot of scope in the agriculture field, in the area of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. A few days before, Mr. Gadkari ji, Union Minister, was addressing to the parliamentarians, and he came out with a very novel idea that we are designing a technology that if a driver is under influence of some intoxications, under influence of some alcohol, the vehicle will not start. Because looking to the number of accidents which are taking place on the roads, so he is coming out with a technology. And the same question I put to the experts who were here in our session. They agreed, yes, there is nothing to surprise. This technology will be coming very shortly in India. And scientists, technocrats, they are already working on these things. If a driver is not wearing the belt and driving the vehicle, immediately some information will go to the nearby police stations and he will be caught. So our country, sir, you are very much right that our country is also working on this in these lines. And there are a lot of opportunity because according to all these experts, IoT will be connected everywhere. Internet of Things will be connected everywhere. So number of devices are already under pipeline. So thank you very much, sir. So a brief of these programs I have already highlighted. Eminent speakers, they have well illustrated, given very educative information to the participants. Our participants were quite mature. They interacted with the speakers and their queries well responded. So only thing is for our from agriculture point of view, while I was seeing some statistics, so technology has not made much inroads in the agriculture field. Only 9%, what I came to know, that only 9% agriculture areas are covered under IoT or under artificial of intelligence. So there is a lot of scopes and opportunities in this area. Sir, with these words, Professor Dhirendra Mathur, I got a message from Professor Dhirendra Mathurji. He is engaged in some important meetings, and he conveyed me that as and when I am free from the meeting, immediately I will be joining this ceremony. Sir, now we can switch to the next proceedings of the ceremony.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You can request Ashutosh Mishra ji to vote of thanks.
No, before that, these mementos and
Right.
applications. Yes.
Yes.
So, sir, mementos and certificate appreciations to our chief guest, Professor Ari Gupta, Honorable Vice Chancellors, Rajasthan Technical University, Kota. So next memento is Dr. P. Chandrasekhar ji, Director General, Managed Government of India. Third is Dr. S.V. Srikant, Joint Director, CDEC, Hyderabad. Next is Professor Dhirendra Mathur. He is ITU professor in there and coordinator TCube. Then Dr. Nanda, Assistant Professor, MNIT Jaipur.
Hello.
Dr.
तो दे
Tapan
दीजिए,
Jain,
बोल दीजिए नवीन जी का नाम.
Assistant Professor, IIT Nagpur. Mr. Dalbir S. Dahiya, Vice President, Insurity Technology. Mr. Ajay Godra, Founder and CEO, Innovate Skill, Chandigarh. Dr. Seema Agarwal, who is a coordinator of this program, Faculty Development Program from RTU. Dr. ML Meena, coordinator from RTU for these programs from RTU. And Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman, Shankara Group of Institutions. My sincere thanks to each one of you. Now, proceeding to the last event of the ceremony, I now request vote of thanks from Dr. Ashutosh Chaudhary Misra, Dr. Ashutosh Misra ji, Principal, Sankara Institute of Technology.
So, Professor Rathi ji,
Sir.
now Professor Naveen Sharma ji
Naveen
will
Sharma,
give vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, now I invite Professor Naveen Sharma to express vote of thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Technical University. Of honor, Director General, Hyderabad, Dr. S.V. Srikant, Joint Director, CDEC, Hyderabad, Guest of honor, Dr. Tapan Jain, Head of Department, Triple IT, Nagpur. Dr. Seema Agarwal, RTU Coordinator. Dr. ML Meena, RTU Coordinator. Our Chairman, Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary. Dr. Asutosh Mishra, Principal, Sankara Institute of Technology. Dr. R.S. Rathi, Director, HR, Sankara Group of Institutions. Dr. Sunita Joshi, Principal, Sankara Group of Institutions. And dear participants, on behalf of S.K. Chaudhary Educational Trust, Sankara Group of Institutions, I feel immense pleasure to take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks. This faculty development program is a part of TechCube, aims to upskill and support ongoing efforts of Government of India to improve quality of technical education and enhance existing capacities of institutions. In 5 days faculty development program on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, we got an opportunity to listen from eminent speakers from academia and industry. I I am pleased to share with you that we have received very good response from participants for this faculty development program from different parts of country. First, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Honorable Governor of Rajasthan, His Excellency Sri Kalraj Misra ji, for giving his blessings for successful conduction of this FDP. I express my sincere thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor RTU Professor R.A. Gupta sir for giving his precious time in inaugural and valedictory session and bless us. Honorable Sir, we are thankful to you for giving us opportunity for organizing faculty development program. Sir, we are also thankful to you for giving us permission for organizing global hackathon, innovation and startup competition to be held on 19th and 20th March 2021 in our institution. Sir, we are assured that like last year, this year also will make it successful with your support and guidance. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence and blessing. I sincerely convey my thanks to Dr. P. Chandrasekhar, sir, Director General, Manage, for sparing his precious time for blessing us. Sir, over the years, you are guiding and blessing us with your support, guidance, and kind presence in various activities of our institution. Sir, you are always a guiding force for all of us. Thank you, sir, for your blessing and for your kind presence. I express my sincere thanks to our eminent speakers, Dr. S.V. Srikant, Joint Director, CDEC, Hyderabad, Dr. Satsai Jagannath Nanda, Assistant Professor, Department of EC, MNIT Jaipur, Dr. Tapan Jain, Head of Department, Department of EC, Triple IT Nagpur, Mr. Dalbir Singh Dhaiya, Vice President, Insecurity Technologies, Mr. Ajay Godara, Founder and CEO, Innovate Skills Chandigarh, for sparing precious time to deliver very nice, very well presented and informative session on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. Thanks to all our eminent speakers. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Anil Kumar Mathur, Dean Faculty Affairs, Rajasthan Technical University, Kota, for your support, guidance, and blessings. Thank you very much, sir. I convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Dhinendra Mathur, RTU, ATU, TQ Third Coordinator, for your support and guidance for successful conduction of this faculty development program. I express my sincere thanks to RTU FDP Coordinator, Dr. ML Meena, and Dr. Seema Agarwal for the support and guidance extended by them in preparation and successful organization of this faculty development program. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. I convey my sincere thanks to our chairman, Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary, for giving the opportunity to our young team for managing this faculty development program. Sir, you are a great motivator and mentor for all of us. Without your dynamic leadership and guidance, the successful organization of this faculty development program was never possible. Thank you, sir, for your blessings and guidance. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Rahul Chaudhary, Trustee, Sankara Group of Institution, for supporting the entire team of organizing committee with this technical and operational input. Thank you, Rahul sir. I convey my sincere thanks to Professor S.N. Kutty, Dean, Sankara Group of Institution, for your support, guidance at every stage of this faculty development program. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. R.S. Rathi, Director HR, Sankara Group of Institution, for your support and guidance for successful organization of this faculty development program. Thank you, sir, for coordinating the online session very effectively. It is always a learning experience to work with you. Thank you very, very much, Rathi sir. I convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Asutosh Misra, Principal, Sankara Institute of Technology. Sir, you are always stood behind us with your support and guidance. Sir, without your kind support for successful organization of this faculty development program was not possible. Thank you, Mr. Sir. I convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Sunita Joshi, Principal, Sankara Group of Institution, for your support, guidance. Thank you, Madam. I am also thankful to all the officials of Raj Bhavan of Rajasthan, all the academicians and other officials of Rajasthan Technical University, faculty and staff members of Sankara Group of Institution, and all those who supported directly and indirectly for successful conduction of this faculty development program. I am thankful to all the print media and electronic media for the coverage of this FTV. I would also like to congratulate and thank our young and dynamic team of coordinators who put their best effort for successful organization of this faculty development program. I wish them best of luck for upcoming workshop. Thanks to all the participants for their active participation in all the section of this faculty development program. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार मैडम, बहुत अच्छा हुआ। इसी तरह से हम
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्कार।
इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे मिल लेते हैं इस बहाने।